Like, take that, take that, take that, take that. Hello, Pennsylvania. How y'all doing? Yes, this is Kathy Barnett sitting in for my girl, my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the #1 talk radio station in Philadelphia, covering most of the mid-Atlantic states. We're talking about Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. How y'all doing this morning? Give me a call. I want to hear from you. I have some amazing guests who are coming on today. That number is 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. It's coming up to the bridge. Here's my favorite part. What do I say? That's why I really feel like you can't stop me. That's all you got? Come on with it. This is your girl, Kathy Barnett, again, filling in for the one and only Dawn Stensland. And right now, I have my first guest. We're going to be talking about this first hour all about tariffs, because we have a lot of talking heads out here. And it sounds like there's an element who just really want Donald Trump to fail. Y'all heard Sean Farish talk about this. Like, if Donald Trump says up, they say down. If he says left, they say right. If he says water is good, they're like, no, we're going to go on a break from drinking anything. Dehydration is where it's at. So I wanted to bring in some of my good friends across the state of Pennsylvania, as well as across the nation, who can come in and kind of help us understand, right? So these are not talking heads. These are subject matter experts. Right up front is my good friend, Guy Berkebile. Hey, Guy, how are you?
Good. Always great to hear your voice, Kathy.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on. I truly appreciate you. Guys, Guy is in Somerset County on the other end of the state of Pennsylvania. I'm on one end of the state. He's on the opposite end of the state. But Guy, you were such a friend of mine during that highly competitive senatorial race back in 2022.
Yes.
And so I just appreciated you from the start. But I actually remembered you. We had not met, but I remembered you because you were one of those lone voices that were against the vaccine mandates that
That's correct.
at the time the Biden administration was trying to force everyone to do. So Guy Berkebile, he is the president of Guy Chemicals. So this is not a talking head. This will be a subject matter expert. So put on your listening ears when he speaks. He's from Somerset, Pennsylvania. I think you have about a little bit over 160 plus employees. You make silicone sealants and adhesives. And like
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, correct. We actually do a variety of sealants and adhesives, different chemistries, but silicone, you're correct, is our largest chemistry.
Yeah, and you texted me last night saying that you have confirmed that the tariffs coming out of China, that the current tariff on silicon polymers, which is a key ingredient in what it is that you produce, and fluids from China are 48%. So you are not unscathed by what Donald Trump is doing and attempting to do with these tariffs. But as a subject matter expert, the founder and president of a company that has not escaped the tariff drama. Tell us, what are your thoughts about this?
But Biden was using tariffs, not to the extent that Trump is using them under the. But let's get back to the Obama years. Whenever Obama was president, the product coming in, our silicone fluids and polymers coming in from China had a 3% duty.
Okay.
Whenever Trump came in, Trump started, the Make in America, policy, wanting products made here, and he brought the tariffs up to 10%, then 15%, then 20%. And whenever Biden came into office, he actually continued those and increased them to 28%.
Okay.
We had the standard 3% tariff, and then he put on a 25% bonus tariff on these chemical products coming from China.
Okay.
And what we're seeing, and once again, I'm sure, you're familiar with this somewhat, Kathy. Trump sets his policies and he starts running, and the rest of us are trying to catch up, trying to figure out, what he's doing. We're basically about one step behind. But but what Trump has done is put an additional 20% tariff on to the goods that we
Mm.
import, and brought it up to a total of 48% as of today. Who knows what that's going to be tomorrow, but as of today, it's 48%.
Okay, and so now this is going to have an impact. I'm assuming if it's a 48% tariff that you're dealing with right now. So in round numbers, if you have a shipment of about 100,000, whatever, $100,000 worth of a shipment coming
Yeah.
out of China, then that's an extra $48,000 that you are having to spend, just to move that product from China to your plant so that you can do. Obviously, that has an impact on your margins. And yet, when I talked to you the other day, you said you support what the strategy of Donald Trump with these tariffs. Why?
For, well, basically my entire life, uh, those of us in the world of import export, because we do both, we import and export, and also in the world of international business, we've always kind of laughed that we see the unfair trade practices that other countries, do with the United States, but nobody in the U.S. government would ever have the backbone, to do anything about it. So we see how these countries take advantage of the US. We're charging them 3% to ship their products to the United States. But whenever we export our products to, if we can even export our products to
Right.
their country, the it's a completely different set of rules. Whenever Obama was president and we had a 3% duty on the goods coming from China, if I would export the same product to China, which I did under the Clinton administration, the duties were 15 times higher, 45%. 3% if they ship to the US, 45% if we ship to China. How is that fair?
It's not fair. And, and Scott Bassett, I think he's done a really great job in trying to lay out what it is we're looking for as an agreement across the board, across all nations. And that is lower tariffs. Obviously, that's what we're talking about, right? That's why Donald Trump has kicked in these
Correct.
reciprocals. But in addition to that, what we don't really hear people talk about are these lower non-tariff barriers like the VAT tax and all that, currency
Correct.
manipulation, the subsidies that China has. For example, just using China, as an example, the subsidies that they give to their industries, which our industries, your industry doesn't have. And then you have the cheap labor effect. And when you take all
Correct.
of those things into consideration, if we're supposed to be this big global world and we're all kind of, working together, we're all in this together, it doesn't really feel like we're all in this together when Americans, businesses such as yours, are always getting the short end of the stick, right?
Right, right. And you didn't mention regulations
Mm.
in those barriers. A prime example is Europe. Europe's a developed, area of the world. And in the United States, a lot of people are familiar with UL, Underwriters Laboratories. If you sell an electronics,
Right,
product, or in our case, our silicon sealants have to be tested. We test to UL standards so that we can put that UL approval on our products.
right,
In Europe, they use CE. Um, and you can see a lot of products that are over here with the CE, or also, in my realm of the world in chemicals, they have REACH, which is the a set of regulations that they have that you need to evaluate and test chemical products. And for one chemical product, if you're a small manufacturer, it's at least $100,000 to certify one product to sell it into Europe.
right.
So you can imagine how much sales we would have to have in order to just pay back that $100,000 investment.
Absolutely. And so, again, you are not a talking head. You are a business owner. You are a job creator. In fact, you're the chairman of the foundation of the Job Creators Network. I'm going to be seeing you pretty soon down there in Georgia at your
Correct.
second conference that you guys are doing in Savannah, Georgia. So you are all a part of job creators and those who create jobs, that you are not unscathed. And yet, do you approve of what Donald Trump is attempting to do, or do you not approve of it?
I absolutely approve.
Look at that.
We have to go, he's using these tariffs as a hammer. Let's bring, we need to put an incentive on other countries to bring them to the table to negotiate so that we have reciprocal fair trade between the US and the rest of the world. There's going to be pain
Yeah.
in the short term while we're hitting these other countries over the head with these tariff hammers, until they come to the table. And we're seeing that they're working already with 90 plus countries already coming
Yep.
to the Trump administration want to talk. And then I saw on the news today that China has reached out a number of times to come to the negotiating table.
Look at that.
Yeah, and Trump's threatening tariffs, right now we're at 145% on most products coming from China, and he's threatening to go up to 245%. They have a lot more to lose than we have to lose. The United States accounts for almost 40% of total consumption in the world. Everybody wants a piece of the pie of the US
And
market.
we need to start using that leverage to benefit our people. And I love how you said that Donald Trump, like, this is a hammer. These tariffs are a hammer. Kevin O'Leary testified before Congress yesterday, and he said the only thing China understands is the stick.
Correct.
I wish we had foreign policy that amounted to please and thank you, but that's not the real world, is it?
No, no, it's not. The uh, it, it- the Chinese have a different culture than we do. I've done extensive business, back and forth with the Chinese. I used to export silicone products to China in the 1990s, and guess what happened after about 7 years of selling product to China?
Did they
Everything that I
steal
was
it?
selling to China, they stole it,
Yeah,
correct.
because that's what they
They
do.
started counterfeiting my product.
Absolutely. Like, that's
Exactly.
what they do. And now you are the one in America. We hear this story time and time again. We provide the ingenuity, the creativity, the intelligence. We
Yes,
design these products. We send a mold of it over to China for them because, China has become the manufacturing floor for the world. But it's not all in good faith. They take that product, and before long they start selling knockoffs of that product. And now,
right.
and really, there's no remediation for you. There's no way for you to say, to go into their court system and force them to stop, whereas they can come into our country, and if someone in our country replicate or steal something off of them, they can come into our court system and force them to stop. But in China, it's just a different
Right.
world.
It is. It, and we talk a lot about intellectual property, intellectual property theft by China. That includes our labels and our logos. We do a lot of, we buy millions of aluminum tubes. We'll formulate and mix our adhesives, and we put them into consumer ready aluminum tubes, that you can buy at like a Walmart or a Lowe's and then squeeze the product out of the tube. So China and India are two of the world's largest producers of aluminum tubes. We learned our lesson years ago. We did business. We sent an order to an aluminum tube manufacturer in China.
Hmm.
We had to send them a copy of our artwork electronically. The next thing we know is that our artwork is being spread throughout the country of China, counterfeited, and then throughout the world. We actually made it easier for them to counterfeit our own
Yeah.
product by providing a copy of our label, with our logo on it to a Chinese manufacturer.
Right. Well, we're getting ready to go to a break right now. But listen, let me just Donald Trump has decided we are no longer going to be the punk of the world. We're no longer going to
Correct.
be a doormat for every other nation. And I appreciate you so much, Guy, coming on. You're not a talking head. You're not unscathed by this, and you still stand and say, what is the alternative?
The alternative is that we continue to ship America wealth overseas to other countries. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is against. He is America first. I am America first. Let's take care of our own before we start taking care of the rest of the world.
Absolutely. We're going to end it there. Guy, thank you. I will see you in about 2 weeks. Guys, you are listening to the #1 talk radio station, The Dawn Stensland Show. I'm your girl, Kathy Barnett. See you on the other side.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Yo, Philly. Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is gonna be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah. Let me hear you say, oh.
Trouble, y'all. I can't do trouble no more. I'm done with it.
I said trouble. Won't do it no more.
I know. Look, I can just play this right here.
I've had my fair share.
We have had our fair share over these past 4 years. Was like living through literal hell. By the grace of God, we made it. I don't even know how we made it. I do know how we made it. It's solely by the grace of God. Because there weren't a whole lot of Republicans standing up and doing a whole lot. It was conservatives who said, I mean, honestly, guys, conservatives saved America. Because everyone else was bending over backwards for those jabs. Everyone else was like, yeah, maybe a man can be a woman. But it was conservatives who kept saying, no, this is crazy. And we held out hope. We kept fighting. We refused to just lay down and just do as we're told. We refused to just shut up, sit down, and be quiet. We refused it. And as a result, we kept our country intact just long enough for Donald Trump to get in office. And Donald Trump has gotten in office. This does not mean we condone every single thing. But as of right now, I'm like yay and amen to a whole lot of stuff that he's doing. And specifically around these tariffs. Do I have my next guest on? Yes, Rich, my good friend Rich. How are you, sir?
Hi, Kathy. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Thanks
for having me on.
Yes, thank you so much. I see you well. It's so good to see you. Rich Lowry, in case you do not know who he is, we did a very exhaustive 1 hour walkthrough of these tariffs. You guys can go to my YouTube channel at Kathy, just put in Kathy Barnett, Kathy for Truth, Kathy Barnett. You can go out there and you can find the video of Rich and I walking through very meticulously what is going on with these tariffs from beginning to end. So get caught up there. But Rich is the president and chief investment officer at Park Edge Capital, and you were the economic advisor to the late Herman Cain. You were the one who came up with the 999 that Herman Cain would say so rememberably. And you were also my economic advisor, and now you're here. So I just looked up at the news, and I just saw that the U.S. and China are now in trade talks. Go figure. That actually happened. What do you say about that? Because everyone was saying that wasn't going to happen. China is standing up against a bully. America's being a bully. China's the good kid on the playground, saying, be nice. But now they're in talks.
Yeah, well, assuming both sides are going to act in their own self-interest, it means that they're going to have to come together, at some point. China's not going to just sit back and take it any more than the U.S. is going to sit back and take it. And there are, incentives on both sides, to try to get some kind of deal done. So it doesn't surprise me. And I think as I caught some of the last segment, you kind of have to play hardball with them to get them to the table.
Yes.
That looks like that's progressing.
Yeah, I've said often, I wish, because I am a glass half full kind of person. I see the better parts of humanity. I see the sunny. I like it when it's sunshine outside. And I wish that our foreign policy around the world could be one comprised of please and thank you. We say please, they say thank you, and we all walk off into the sunset. But that's not the real world. That's the world some people will have us to believe within America, but that's not really the real world. And you and I were texting last night over the past couple of days, and I said to you that this moment that we're experiencing with China, two things. One, it feels bigger than just a tariff war. That it feels like there's a resetting of the global world order. But two, and I texted this to you last night, the more I read, the more I study about what Donald Trump has been doing since day one of the inauguration, everything seems to point towards him reigning in China. Whether we're talking about Greenland, it's about China. Whether we're talking about the Panama Canal, it's about China. Whether we're doing reciprocal tariffs around the entire globe, it was always about China. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, we've had this, unipolar world where the U.S. is dominant, that's transitioning to a multipolar world where China is going to have its, sphere of influence. The U.S. is going to have its own. But I think the days of, the whole world counting on the U.S. in all these different areas, are in a transition. And it reminds me of a book by Neil Howe called The Fourth Turning. Neil is a demographer, and he studied demographic cycles going back to the 1400s all over the world. And a turning is roughly one generation, 20, 25 years. And four turnings would cover the span of an average lifetime, actually 80 to 100 years.
Right.
The Revolutionary War was fourth turning. The Civil War was fourth turning. World War II was a fourth turning. And in his book in 1997, he said the next fourth turning for the U.S. is going to begin in 2008 and last until 2030.
So we're about 3 years away from the end of this fourth turning.
Well, right. The beginning was 2008. What happened in 2008? We bailed out the banks. We bailed out Wall Street. We implanted a lot of resentment in everyday people against the system, and that began, kind of the unraveling. And in fourth turnings, all of the institutions that came about in the prior first turning get reformed, they get abolished. So it's kind of interesting if you just take that book separately from what's going on. It's saying that we would be going through this no matter what. This isn't unique to Donald Trump. We would be going through this anyway because we're in a fourth turning. The choices are that you get somebody to reform these institutions, or they're going to crumble under their own weight and, possibly lead to some kind of global conflict. So, Trump is basically doing what otherwise would be inevitable in trying to rewrite, the global order. Now, just to provide context, for your audience, the trade deficit is one and the same as a capital surplus. Goods go in one direction, money goes in the other direction, and thanks to monetary accounting, they are two sides of the exact same coin. Because the dollar is a reserve currency, which dates back to post World War I in the 1920s, and since then it's become dominant in terms of trade and capital flows, foreign exchange transactions, global debt, you name it. What that means, the reserve currency status is nothing more than global central banks can hold dollars as reserves. So they each hold their own domestic currency, gold, and US dollars. So every central bank in the world needs dollars to run the monetary system. They have no natural way of getting it other than to sell stuff. So even if tariffs, kind of level out the playing field, they bring barriers down. We get a reciprocal treatment in other countries such that overall tariffs come down. Every economy in the world is still going to have an incentive to run a trade surplus with the U.S. because that's how they get their hands on dollars to run their monetary system.
Right.
And it comes back to the U.S. in U.S. dollar-denominated assets.
So everyone is incentivized to figure some things out. Hey, listen, we have a caller. Can you take a call?
Sure.
Rich, can you take a call? Okay, great. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Hey, I thank you so much for taking my call. I just make it short and brief. I am a semi-retired Teamster, and I'm so glad we supported Donald Trump in this election cycle. So I'd like to say thank you, first of all, to our national president. And second of all, this reset has been 50 years overdue. The Democrats have given our jobs, our manufacturing away for so long, textiles, you name it. There's not one thing we can pick up in any store that says made in China. So I don't want to hear any crying from China or anybody else. Our nation is the greatest nation in the world. We need to start manufacturing to give our young people some jobs and some skills. Started out in high school with the trades again. And furthermore, they have been washing us when it comes. It's so pathetic. And I'll tell you what, I wish this younger generation would wake, excuse my French, the hell up.
Well, Paul,
Because
thank
this
you
is-
so much for calling in. Paul, hey, Paul, I want to ask you. Okay, Paul is gone. But I was going to ask, Rich, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, great. I was going to ask Paul. I think it was Paul who was just on. If because he said he's a Teamster and he voted for Donald Trump. Well, this is his first time voting for Donald Trump. Paul, if you want to call back in just to answer that, I would love to hear if this is your first time calling or voting for a Republican. And it sounds like, I mean, if he's a Teamster, you know, the typical pattern is that they always vote Democrat. Rich, before I turn it over to you, let me take one more caller from Ben. Hey, Ben.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. So, I'm from Troy, Michigan, and I have an HD radio that is so amazing that I can pick you guys up during the daytime also.
Yes, and I'm glad you're listening in. I see you said you love listening to my Saturday show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes, do you have a question or a comment, or you just wanted to let us know that you're in the house and you're listening?
I just wanted to let you know that I'm in the house and I'm listening.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Okay, Paul, call back. You're a Teamster. This is your first time voting for Donald Trump or voting for a Republican. Rich, let me get your take on what Paul was saying about these manufacturing jobs.
Well, the only thing I would add to that, I mean, that is true. But what I would add to that is a lot of it is self-inflicted. So, you know, we have a tax code that embeds the burden of our tax code into the cost of a product that gets shipped overseas. And it will pay a value-added tax or some kind of sales tax in the country of destination. So our exports relative to world goods have double tax, which is an uneven playing field that's totally self-inflicted. And God forbid a company make money overseas by exporting. The U.S. wants to tax it when they try to bring it back to the U.S. And after it accumulates, companies are like, well, what are we going to do? Bring it back to the U.S. and get gouged with more taxes, or do we just break ground and build a plant? You know, where the money is.
Yes.
And
hey, listen.
that isn't much to do about hollowing out manufacturing in the middle class. It's self-inflicted.
Yes, it is. Paul, you're back. Is this your first time voting for a Republican?
No, absolutely not. And I can tell you one thing. A lot of union guys have been so sick of the Democrats backslapping us when they need our money from our unions. So a lot of union men, not just the Teamsters, are voting for Republicans, but we're keeping a close eye on them.
Yes,
the
exactly.
The only thing I can say about Donald Trump is I wish he would be more pro-Ukrainian. That doesn't mean to keep sending them billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, but let's just call this. Those people are getting slaughtered.
Yes,
so
they
I hope
are.
he
That has
uses
been
more
happening.
diplomacy.
Yep, that's been happening for
That's
some
the
time.
only thing I'm upset about with
Yes.
Mr. Trump. He's a great president. And I love your conversation today. Thank you for taking
so much, Paul. I appreciate that. My producer is like, we got to go to a break, I do have someone on from Tom who is going to, Tom, if you can hold on, I have to go to break and then I'll be back. Rich, thank you so much for joining us. And guys, go out to YouTube. Rich and I did a whole hour conversation on this, and it's got a lot of traction out there on YouTube. So go out there and see that. Rich is the president and chief investment officer at Park Edge Capital. Thank you so much, my friend, for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Kathy.
Okay, blessings. Okay, Tom, stay there.
Won't do it no more.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio. so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com today. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oh, I love it. I'm coming in hot. What? Coming in hot. Here we go, guys. Thank you so much for listening. You're listening to the #1 talk radio station here in Philadelphia, but also covering, you just heard somebody from Michigan just called in right now. So this is a station that has a very large reach, and so I just want to welcome all of you in. I am Kathy Barnett, sitting in for my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. And right now, I have Tom on the line. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Kathy, how are you?
I am doing well. Thank you for calling.
Good. I had your back in the election, and I used to pass your campaign headquarters on Philmont Ave.
Yes. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah. But listen, the previous caller, who was a Teamster, I'm a retired Teamster, and I tell you what, there was a boatload of Teamsters that voted for Trump.
Yes. Why?
It was
Why
common
do you think?
sense. It was no... it was no right, left, or whatever. It was just that's what made sense to go.
You know what? I absolutely agree. And let me introduce my next guest, Mr. Joe Penland. Talk about common sense. I love hearing Mr. Joe Penland. He's a businessman turned political activist. You guys, if you were here in Pennsylvania, you probably attended that Tucker Carlson live tour. Joe was behind that, sponsoring that, making sure that Tucker got all across the nation. I think that was very pivotal in that in last year's election. But Mr. Joe Penland, you're on. You just heard Tom. Tom said that Teamsters voted. I mean, and in my mind, you think Teamsters, you think Democrat, right? But there's been a lot of Teamsters who are saying that they voted for Donald Trump just because it made sense. What do you say about that, sir?
Well, I would say they absolutely made the right choice. There's no two ways about it. Teamsters are hardworking American people. They come early, they stay late, they love their family, and they love this country. So the choice was clear for any hardworking American person. We know we have to get handled back on our manufacturing, get this country back where it needs to be. And the start was to get the right man back in office. And I think the Teamsters, along with a lot of other people, but thank God for the Teamsters to come up and vote for Donald Trump. They made the right decision, and all America is going to benefit for it.
Yes. Anything else you wanted to say, Tom, before I let you go?
No, good luck. Happy Easter, and take care.
Yes, happy Easter, or as we say, happy Resurrection Day. Yay.
You got it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for holding on, Tom. I appreciate you. Yes, Mr. Penland, let me get back to you because no one has talked more. I mean, like you were talking about these manufacturing jobs in addition to the fact that we really do have a shortage of skilled labor in this country. And as I was kind of studying and reading through these tariffs, and one of the incentives of these tariffs is to reshore manufacturing back to our country. But then on the other hand, we do have a shortage of skilled labor. Which do you believe will be a bigger obstacle for us to overcome? Getting enough skilled workers into America or getting companies to bring manufacturing back to America?
No, I think, having to gear up with 8 or 9 million jobs right now available to America that we can't fill. So when you create another 10 or 15 million more jobs, that's going to be a problem. I think the president has already secured close to $7 trillion of foreign investment that's going to come to this country over the next several years to build factories and manufacturing facilities and steel mills and so forth. So the money, I don't think, is going to be a problem. And I applaud the president for going the route that he's gone. because he's not taking America's money to do this. He's not taking taxpayers' money and subsidizing other companies to do it. He's bringing outside investment in here to create this work and these jobs. But at the same token, I think you're going to have to bring some outside labor too. I don't think you can do $7 trillion worth of additional work over the next 10 years in this country with the current labor situation, what it is.
You know, and that's a conversation that a lot of Americans, myself, I'm sometimes on the fence. Of course, I agree with you 100% that we're going to have to bring in additional labor, but I'm trying to get a lot of people out of this country right now. and the thought of bringing in new people, you know, sometimes it's like, I don't know, maybe we want to just get some of the bad out of the country. Let's focus on America, getting the Americans who are available to work, get them trained and get them ready to go. What do you say about that?
Well, they're all good points. That there's no doubt you want the bad people to be gone. If you have a brand new neighborhood and you're trying to fill it up, it's got 500 homes, and you got a couple of bad families in there, you just get them out. But that doesn't mean we can't bring the rest of them in. You need to always get rid of the bad apples. It doesn't matter whether they're Americans or citizens or they're foreign people. It doesn't make any difference. We don't have any need at all or any room in this country for bad people. So, but when you do need people to come in this country to work, like during the war, World War II, 1 year after the war started, we had to bring people in this country to work in the fields and the factories because we had moved a lot of our men and women off to war. So there's times that you have to do it. I'm not wanting to load our country up with a bunch of people, illegal people. We need to have immigration reform and do it the right way. If we do it the right way, it'll be a good thing for America. So that'll be a lot more taxpayers, a lot more people using our economy and so forth. But good people are number one. Bad people need to go to either jail or go to another country.
I agree. You know, and this is one of the things that I truly appreciate about you, Mr. Penland, is that you walk and chew gum at the same time. If you go on Twitter right now known as X, you know, there are a lot of linear thinking people, right? Get bad people out of our country, period. We don't want to bring anyone else in. But these are very complicated issues that we're contending with. And it's going to take something bigger than just linear thinking people, right? Just thinking in a straight line. We're going to have to learn how to walk and chew gum at the same time. Yes, I love the fact that for every $1 trillion of reinvestment that we bring into this country, it increases the GDP by 1%. That's over $330 billion right there. So $330 billion times 7, what are we looking at? $2.1 trillion in wealth that's coming to our country and that is spreading all across our nation, that is lifting the tide that's lifting the boats for all people, big boats, little boats, everyone's boat is being lifted.
Well, you're right. And, you know, there's no two ways about it. President Trump's got the right mindset on this. He's got a great plan. He had 4 years to get this plan together. I think that's probably one of the nightmares that the Democrats had. They had a man that sat around for 4 years with a lot of smart people around him and plotted out the course that this nation needs to take for the next 4 years and hopefully for 12 or 20 years. But we've got to have people to do the job. You know, you go to a local restaurant and you got a waiting list to get in. It's an hour. So if you got 500 people standing out waiting to get in a restaurant, is it good that we have 700 people standing out, or do we have another restaurant built? If you got too many people wanting your product, you have to build more manufacturing or more base to do it with. The only way to do that is to bring the money in here, not use the taxpayers' money. Let's don't subsidize nothing. Let them pay their own way. But we're going to have to bring some workers because there's no two ways about it. America is, you know, we got a decline in birth rate. We got a lot of problems here that has hindered us in expanding ourselves here. And so we have to do that. If you look at refineries, the way they're built today, they come in modular. They're made in other countries, and we stack them together like Lego blocks now because we do not have the labor. We need to solve that problem.
Yeah, and I love the fact that it's really interesting to me because when Joe Biden was in office, our number one problem, if you listen to the Biden administration, was men competing with little girls or men having access to little girls' bathrooms or people being able to murder their own children via abortion. Like these were or that we should just allow anyone to come into the country. These were the issues that were. I mean, like that's what I saw. That's all I heard, really. And then Donald Trump comes into office and all of a sudden we find out Greenland is a problem. All of a sudden we find out that China is basically in control of the Panama Canal. Then we find out about this Ukraine war and that 1 million people on both sides have died and that maybe we need to get out of this. It's like Donald Trump has come into office and all of a sudden we are now aware that, we have some real problems. These people are about to eat our lunch if we don't wake up and get serious about running this nation.
Well, the prior administration was good at having all kinds of diversions out there, so America was not paying attention to what was really going on. And I think with some of the things that you name right there, was a diversion. There's people dying all around the country, all around the world, and we're right here on the brink of World War III, and people were not really aware of that because there was too much other turmoil in the White House. And I think now the gloves they're off. We've unmasked a lot of things, and America now just needs to pay attention. Hold on, the fever's going to break here before too long. Things will settle out. We'll go back to work in this country, and we'll get back on the right side of where we need to be.
And that's why I love having you on, because we need these voices of reason. Why, we're getting ready to go to break right now, but let me just ask you, I'm going to give you the last minute here. Why is it, though, that there are other Americans who are traveling over to El Salvador trying to bring illegals back into this country and not trying to help? When I traveled with the Vivek Ramaswamy presidential campaign across the nation, I just saw despair has visited every community in our country. There is so much despair. There is so much what seems like hopelessness and run down roads and streets and businesses not even there. And yet we have politicians flying off to El Salvador to fight the good fight for an MS-13. What has happened with these people?
Well, they've lost their way. I mean, we need to concentrate on the American people first, and we have not been put first for a long, long time. And I think that's one of the things that President Trump has promised and he will do. America's going to be first, and that's going to be fresh for 340 million people. We do not need to go seek bad people to come into this country. We need to do away with all the bad that we can. You can never eliminate it all, but we need to make that move. We need to have a hard line on crime in this country with the streets we need to take back for the residents. We do not need to hide and shelter in place because bad people are outside your door. Get America back and give it back to the people that deserve it.
I absolutely love it. Thank you so much, Mr. Joe Penland, bringing that wisdom. Thank you so much,
Thanks for having
sir.
me. Have a great holiday.
Yes. Happy Resurrection Day to you too, sir.
Same to you. Thank you.
Yes. Here we go, guys. I'll see y'all on the other side. But here's that call-in number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I'm going to bring the temperature down a little bit, and we're just going to have a conversation when I come back in this 11 o'clock hour, because I wanted to talk about tariffs, kind of get that out of the way. But now let's talk about what's really going on in our country. Here's that number, 855-839-1210. See you on the other side.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of zero down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
This April, during Chevy Truck Month at Hester Chevrolet, purchase a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. For a great lease offer, drive home in a 2025 Chevy Trax, just $279 a month. Or a 2025 Chevy Equinox, just $319 a month, both for 36 months. Hester Chevy, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's ride! Hester Chevrolet!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Well, you say that anyone that's praising this guy doesn't have a soul, a conscience, and a heart.
I don't believe in things like, religious things like souls and all of these things.
I'm not asking about religious. If you can't have sympathy for a dead father and husband, do you lack a conscience, a soul, and a heart? That's a simple question. You're a smart woman.
Well, let me respond to you, Sean. I believe that every one of the 70,000 Americans that die each year because of lack of health insurance also has a heart.
You're back to healthcare and not answering my question.
You can't make this up. Would you agree that if someone walks up behind someone and shoots them in the back of the head, is that a good thing? Is that good? Is that bad? Well, I don't believe in religion. No. Is it good or is it bad? No. See, I'm not religious. I don't have a comment. No. Is it good or is it bad? Why is it? It's kind of like someone saying, what is a woman? Well, I'm not a biologist. So, I mean, this is the slope we're on, is that we're living in a country where, and again, this is not by mistake. I don't believe this is by mistake, that we have come to a place in this country where if I ask you, is it good or bad that someone can walk up behind you? They don't know you personally. You haven't done anything personally to them specifically. Like your insurance company isn't even the company that is securing him. Like he doesn't have a policy with your company. You're just somebody and you represent something. Would you say, John in Wildwood, let me ask you, would you say that that's a bad thing?
This is kind of a silly. That's so silly. It's just.
But is it bad? Is it bad, John, that somebody can walk up behind you and shoot you in the head? I mean, like, is that okay?
Yeah, I would say that's not okay. And I wouldn't need a biologist to tell me that I'm dead.
That's a good one, John. Thank you so much, John. And I agree with you about trade schools. I'm going to go over here to Charlie real quick. Charlie in Philadelphia, can I ask you, sir, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, is it okay for someone to walk up behind you and shoot you in the head? Is that good or bad?
Sure, why not? Who cares? You know what I mean?
Really, John? I mean, really, Charlie, you okay with someone walking up behind you?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Do you have to be a biologist to know that?
You don't even have to be a biologist to ask that question. I mean, come on. I mean, you got to be a moron to say you can't answer that question. I mean, it's just right and wrong. I mean, you don't have to be a Franciscan friar or something to think it's wrong. You know what I mean? But I think religion does have something to do with it because, I mean, you go to church on Palm Sunday and a church 10, 15 years ago was overflowing. There's 15 people there. I mean, it's ridiculous how bad things have gotten.
Well, remember when Obama got in office and he declared, like within the first couple of days of him being in office, America is no longer a Christian nation.
I remember that, and I remember him going over and kissing the ground before Prince Fayoud or something in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, bowing down so far that he could have kissed the ground.
I cursed him for at that time for saying that, but he was right. And he also said another thing that sticks in my mind, that we had to break America of its protein addiction. And look at what the prices of meat and stuff are in the country.
No, look at that. I remember that, right? Like you fat Americans with your...
He's eating shrimp and crab and everything. But what I call about it, I keep hearing about this gubernatorial mansion break and the fire and all the money it's going to cost and millions of dollars and all. And you can't walk down my either side of my street in the backyards without setting off a motion alarm at night.
That is so true.
$15 for a motion alarm? I mean, what planet did I land on where you can
and how hard of a sleeper
security that you don't have a $15 motion alarm on that wall? You could break in a window after climbing through a fence and every other thing.
Yeah,
hey, it's just,
Charlie,
there's something going on here that we don't realize. You know
Charlie,
what I mean? Like, you guys
I agree. Thank you so much for calling in, Charlie. I agree with you 100%. And what kind of sound sleeper? Right? I mean, I don't know anything about what happened. I'm not even, not really paying attention. I know it, but haven't really delved into it. But I'm looking at all this fire and I'm like, wow, he was really asleep. He must have really been tired. He must have really had a hard day of work. Like he was out of it. Bill in Philadelphia, what's up?
Oh, hello. Yes, I just want to make a comment on your previous conversation about the crazy guy who killed the insurance person and how Hannity was asking the lady if she had no heart. I think that it's hard for people to get past. First of all, I agree with Hannity's perspective and that perspective altogether. But I think that when people observe that sort of a thing, they put their own lives, feelings of like they have no control over all this stuff that happens to them, like the medical bills and just like all this Democrat, Republican fighting back and forth. It's getting so stressful that people see something like that happen, and their first reaction is to say, oh, well, he deserved it.
Yeah.
He didn't really deserve it, but
No.
the system itself deserves it because we have no control over it.
And
I
we
think
have
that's
no
the-
control over it. Sean Farish in the previous hours, he talked about this a lot, that if you have laws and no one enforces the laws, well, now the laws really don't matter to anyone, right? And now truth is what I deem it to be. Thank you so much for calling, Bill. And that's what I wanted to kind of pivot to, right? And I started with this woman. I guess she would declare herself a woman. Who knows? I'm not a biologist. But Taylor Lorenz, she was saying, and y'all know I am no friend of Sean Hannity, okay?
When he sent me to Hannity, I was very surprised that this is the angle that we went with here.
Okay, first of all.
Is this the first time you've taken Hannity's side since all that?
First of all, exactly. Let me just go on the record. That lying snake. Jackass is what he is. Listen, I got no love for Sean Hannity, but the question
Breaking news. Kathy Barnett agrees with Sean Hannity.
But the question is still a very valid question. Can we say that this is wrong? That we shouldn't be shooting people in the back of the head? And when the response is, well, I'm not religious. And it made me think of our founding father who said, John Adams. And I said it all the time. If you were ever in one of those meetings or meet and greets with me, you've heard me say it so many times because I just enjoyed reading his letters to his wife, Abigail. But he said, our Constitution means the rule of law for our land, right? These are the laws we've agreed that we will abide by. Without the Constitution, there is no America. Let me just put that out there. Without the Constitution, there is no America. We're just running around here wild, right? Without it. But we've agreed that these will be the laws of the land that we will submit ourselves to. And that it applies to the rich as well as to the poor, right? To the black as well as to the white. That this is who we are. These are our beliefs, our values, and we will abide by that. Well, John Adams said our Constitution these rule of laws are only made for moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for any other kind. Now, what does he mean by moral and religion? He doesn't mean if you're a Baptist versus a Catholic or a Hindu versus a Muslim. No, it's not about what church you go to. Moral simply means knowing the difference between right and wrong. So John Adams said, our Constitution, our values, our way of life, our systems are only made for people who understand there is a difference between right and wrong. And he said religion, because where do you get your sense of right and wrong if not from religion? So when someone says, I'm not religious, you now need to say, okay, well, this person is capable of anything. There is no sense of right and wrong or some moral code that we can all walk into a room and say, okay, well, this woman's not going to shoot me in the back of the head because it's morally wrong. No, she's just fluid, right? So maybe today she feels like a nut, but tomorrow maybe not. Well, you can't operate the greatest nation that has ever existed off of that flimsy kind of moral code. Well, what's right for me may not be right for you, right? But our founding fathers said our country is only made for, Constitution is only made for people who understand there is a difference between right and wrong, that there is a right and that there is a wrong way of doing things, right? That there is an up, there is a down, there is a boy, there is a girl, and one cannot be the other just because it's true to you. No, you can't operate that way. And, and so when you have someone, leaders say, I don't believe in a soul because I'm not religious. Well, again, it shows her greater ignorance, because what do we mean by soul? That has nothing to do with religion. Soul simply means a mind. Does she have a mind? It means a will. Does she have willpower? There's so many books out there about your willpower. Does she have emotions? Mind, emotions, will, right? That's what you mean. Like, what is the soul of America? Because we're battling right now for the mind, for the emotions, and for the will, what you end up doing. We're in a battle for that right now. That's what we mean by soul. We need to take some time to actually read a book and find out what these words mean. It's not religion. Do you have a mind? Do you have emotions? Are your emotions relegated? Or are your emotions informed by, 5 hours of scrolling on TikTok and playing 10 hours of Candy Crush? What kind of are you controlled, or are you just out here wilding out? Christian, I see you. I'm so sorry. I will get you on the other side if you want to hang on. I'm so sorry about that. But I just we need to start reading books again, people. We need to start thinking again. We need to start talking about heavy topics and not just what is the weather today. But we need people with a backbone, because this is very intentional, this dumbing down of our country. I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your smile is more than just a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health. That's why you deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. They have the knowledge, and the diagnostic ability really prides himself on that, to assess your specific situation and develop a plan for your dental and overall health. Don't put it off another day. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriani, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Governor Josh Shapiro sat down with Good Morning America for his first interview since the governor's mansion was firebombed over the weekend. Camden has reached a $6.7 million settlement with the scrapyard that went up in flames in February, and a peacock is safely in custody after a stroll through North Philly yesterday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up 1 flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah. Let me hear you say, oh.
Woo! Trouble! Yes, I'm here for it. Hey, Dan, you want to read off some of those YouTube comments?
Yeah, so we brought listeners a little bit behind the scenes there with a situation that evolved between you and Sean Hannity in the past. And Mangle Mush was kind enough to say, Mangle's a regular on our YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, always streaming live there. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Mangle writes, Sean Hannity has been dead to me after what he did to you, Kathy.
Yes!
Kind of pushed you over. He could have pushed you over the wall, but he let those lies be told on his airtime about you with no chance of rebuttal. Instead, he tore you off that wall.
Yes, he did. He's a jackass. We don't like him. What was the next one?
There's so many. We can probably do this rest
There's so many. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the love.
Joe says Hannity should leave Fox begin his own Krav Maga show. I think that's how you pronounce that, the martial art. Jimmy says to Joe, Hannity's time slot should instead be given to Lawrence Jones if he does that Krav Maga show. It looks like they're programming for Fox now. Mangle goes, Hannity should just take his money and go away forever. Tony says, amen to that, Mangle. He's a horrible interviewer. Can't show up to let the guests fully respond.
Woo, yes, I'm here for all this trouble, y'all. I'm here for all of it. All of it. I'll take the heat. I don't care. And I'm so grateful to all of you for remembering what they did. But anyway, I want to now move on to, I have a caller. Christian, you're on the line?
Actually, it's Tabitha.
Oh, hello, young lady. How can I help you?
So I want to call in and talk about propaganda and how it's a big problem with the left.
Okay.
Because recently I finished reading Animal Farm, and the book was about propaganda and how these bad characters turn this farm into a really dangerous place for these animals.
Yes, I read that book to my kids. I homeschooled my kids. And I read that book to them when they were really little. Animal Farm. All of y'all should read it. So what are you learning? Sum it up for me.
So, in the book, I was learning about how dangerous propaganda can really be. And in the book, they used propaganda to make these characters turn on each other.
Yes, they did. They did. And how old are you?
I'm 13.
I love it. And your daddy has you reading Animal Farm?
Yep.
I love that. Is your dad still there? Can you pass the phone over to him? No, it's
No,
okay.
you can't pass the
it's all
phone
right,
to
it's
your
all right, it's all
dad.
right,
Well, thank you.
My dad, I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear. My dad is right next to me.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, let me talk to your dad. Dan wants to talk to your dad.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
Hey there.
Christian, it's Dan from 1210 WPHT. Awesome thing. Looks like you're doing a great thing with your 13-year-old daughter. Why Animal Farm? How'd that come about?
So that is a profoundly underutilized tool for parents. What parents have to realize is that they are competing with tens of thousands of voices every day from all different directions, and you're only one or two people kind of working on this, and we don't have the luxury of being the fun uncle, fun aunt, the grandparent that lets the kids get away with everything. You got to be the person that says, nope, this is what you're going to do. So teaching my kids how to recognize propaganda is vital, because if I don't teach them, someone else is going to get
that?
and make those decisions for them.
How about that? Someone is always teaching your children. So either you're going to be the main educator or someone else is going to be. Christian, I don't know, do we have like an award, like for Father of the Year award and applause?
Well, I can hear Pennsylvania applauding me every day.
Yes. For the future.
For the future. Being able to think for her, if she grows up being able to think for herself, plenty of reward.
I know.
We
Praise
are
the
very
Lord.
careful not to tell her what to think. We are concerned about teaching her how to think, because I won't always be there to be that compass for her. She's going to have to do that. She's doing great. She's recognizing it. She's got it on lock.
I love it. Take your bow, Daddy.
And the wife.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for calling in, Christian. Hey, if there's any other fathers who want to take a spin around the arena and get your applause, I am here for it all day long. We need more men being men. We need more testosterone. We need women to recognize that we have a gap in this nation. And I believe if fathers and husbands actually stood up and took their role, our nation would be very different right now. And I know as women, we gotta recognize that and give them that space to do just that. But getting serious for a moment, soul, emotions, will. This is my soul. You can take the music down. This is the soul. And we are in a battle for the soul of this country. And by the soul, I mean we're in a battle for the mind, for the emotions. Because I was bullied unmercifully when I was a young kid. They were horrible. I was poor. I didn't have the right clothes. I didn't have the right hair. I didn't come from the right family. It was horrible. And children are the worst. I do not believe kids are all like, oh, so sweet and so precious. No, some of them are horrible, right? And I was bullied unmercifully. But let me tell you what I never thought to do. Take a knife to a school event and stab someone, right? I had some regulation over my emotions, right? It wasn't justifiable. And I knew that although I could not stand these people, that they were horrible to me, it never crossed my mind to get a gun and to walk in after I graduate and just start shooting people. It never crossed my mind to do that. And for most of us, even if it crossed our mind, we had the good sense to be, our emotions were regulated, right? We weren't just wilding out here. This is what we're in a battle for. We're in a battle for the mind, for the emotions, and for the will of this country. But let me also just say, and I don't know, guys, call in. I want to hear what you have to say about this. But I believe that maybe there was a time when the Democrat Party was looking out for the little man. Maybe. Now, I'm Black. I'm from the Deep South. I have the blood of slaves in my veins. I do not agree that Democrats were looking out for our benefit, but I'm gonna just give some of y'all the benefit of the doubt that that Democrats at some point, John F. K. and the rest of them, that they were looking out for the welfare of the people, right? Of their people, right? That is no longer the Democrat Party. I believe the new mission statement of the Democrat Party, that their new goal is to demoralize our nation, is to dehumanize our people, is to bring great degradation. Because again, remember what John Adams said, that our nation, our Constitution is made only for a moral people who know the difference between right and wrong. So if you want to undo the country, yes, you can have World War III and over here in Ukraine and over here doing all these other things, but let's just focus on within, not the enemy from without, but let's look at the enemy from within. Right? If you want to undo the nation, what did John Adams say? Do the opposite of what John Adams said. He said our Constitution is made only for a moral people, people who understand the difference between right and wrong. So what's the opposite of that? People who don't know the difference between right and wrong. People who think that they can just, that their truth is their truth, and then you can have your truth, she can have her truth, he can have his truth, that a boy can be a girl, a man should take a shower with a woman, and that all is well, right? Like everybody just gets to make it up as they want. That's the opposite of what our founding fathers said. And who has been the champion of this demoralization, this dehumanization, this degradation of our nation, if not the Democrat Party? I'm not making this up. I don't like Democrat, the party. Now, again, all of my family members are Democrats other than my immediate family, like my niece and nephew. They're too little. But my brother is not a Democrat. My husband, I would never have married him had he been a Democrat. So we're not Democrats. But outside of my immediate family, everyone is a Democrat, and they're good people, lovely people. I love them. We eat, we have fun, we wrestle with these concepts, and then we go eat, right? We're not going to break up over this. But we're all very open to share our opinions about it. So I'm not talking about the people. I think the people are just manipulated. But the hands, the power, those who are in charge of the political system, this is the Democrat Party, and not the people specifically, but those who are in charge. I believe their new mandate, that their mission statement, that their job, their sole focus, not all of them, but the majority of them, is to bring in the opposite of morals, of understanding right from wrong, right? They are the ones who said little girls should cut off their breasts, that little boys should be chemically castrated, that you can be something other than your DNA. They're the ones who are like having little boys take showers with little girls, and they're telling you to stand there, shut up, sit down, be quiet, or you are homophobe, you are this phobic, you're that kind of bad, you're a racist. They're the ones who flung open our borders, right? Now, I'm not going to leave Republicans out of this tongue lashing either, because Democrats could not do half the stuff they've been doing if Republicans weren't complicit. I'm not talking about the people. I'm a Republican. I'm not talking about the people. I'm not talking about you and I. But there's a portion who have their hands fixed on the political systems in both parties. We tend to call them uniparty. They're the ones who are controlling this whole narrative. And they have a very specific mindset. Democrats, their new job is to demoralize our nation. Republican, their job is to be gatekeepers and make sure no one like me get a chance to tap that down. I'll see y'all on the other side.
A warm air mass will continue to build heading into the holiday weekend. Mixture of sunshine and clouds today. High temperature back above average at 73. For tonight, a milder night, partly cloudy with a low 58. And for Saturday, partly sunny, breezy, and warm with a high 83.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cann's third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cann's feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cann's. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The bees are buzzing, the birds are chirping, and the bats are cracking. Spring is here, and there's no better way to enjoy spring's arrival than with your favorite cocktail from Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. This month, head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and enjoy $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of Jack Daniel's and Jack Daniel's flavors. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coke Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
They don't love you like I love you. They don't love you like I love you.
That's it, Pennsylvania. Y'all know I love you. I do. I'm you, Pennsylvania. That wasn't just a campaign slogan. I am you. You are listening to Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in for the great and my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. Guys, call in. I would love to bring you into this conversation that I'm having. I'm loving the conversation out there on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for listening to that. Go out there to YouTube, find us out there, and like us. So let me just finish picking up where I was. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this book, Maximum Feasible Misunderstanding. Maximum Feasible Misunderstanding. And this book was written by Daniel Moynihan. Now, Daniel Moynihan, he worked with John F. K., with Lyndon B. Johnson, with Nixon. So he worked under three different Democrat and Republican, but he worked under three different presidential administrations. He was a senator. He was a Harvard professor. And right after Lyndon B. Johnson left office, he wrote this book kind of giving his idea, his feedback on really, the legitimacy of all of these programs, and specifically the programs around urban development, Black people, right? Lyndon B. Johnson with his Great Society idea, we're going to save Black folks. And so he kind of wrote all of this up, a very astute individual. If you're looking at YouTube, you can see the book is so old. I have it all taped up, but I'm rereading it. I read it years ago. I'm rereading it now because it's like reading the daily news today. And the gist of all of this is that, under LBJ, initially, the thought was we're going to create these community action centers, and they're going to be community action in the war on poverty. So the goal was we're going to go into the community. We're going to find people within the community to tell us what the problems are. We're going to empower the people in the community, and we're going to give them the tools and the resources they need to fix their community. They know what the problems are in the community. So we're going to turn to them, and they're going to tell us, the politicians, the bureaucrats, what the problems are, and then we're going to be able to solve it. Well, politicians got wind of this, and they was like, oh, no. See, we don't want to empower the community because these people will rise up and they could turn that power against us, and they can make themselves ungovernable. And so we don't want to do that. So instead, we're going to use them to keep us in power. And as you know, from the 1968 to today, well over 60 years, Black people have been very loyal to the Democrat Party like no one else has. The Black community they keep throwing money at it, and it keeps failing. The problem gets worse, right? Breaking up the family, kick the father out of the home, welfare system. The government becomes your baby daddy. The government pays for the cheese, pays for the rent, pays for the clothes, pays for the phone. So what do you need a man for, right? Pays for everything. And so, but the problem just keeps getting worse. Democrats walk into Black communities saying, this time it's going to be different. Get me in, give me more money. I will make sure it changes, but it doesn't. Okay, so that's how it used to be. So let's do the opposite, because where are we right now? It is the Democrat Party who has now done the very thing they didn't want to do. Remember, I said in the last segment that the Democrat Party today is not the Democrat Party of yesteryears. Now, I didn't agree with the Democrat Party of LBJ and the rest of them, but that party is not this party today. That party did not want to influence and to give influence to community activists, but the party today do. Why? Because they want people to be ungovernable. You have these NGOs flowing millions and millions of dollars into Black Lives Matter, into Antifa. And what are they doing if not making themselves ungovernable? Now, back in the 60s, here's the book. You can read it for yourself. They recognize, well, we don't want to give the people in the community any power because they may rise up and make themselves ungovernable. Today, because this isn't the same party, they're doing the very opposite. They're empowering people in the community because they are inscripting them into the war on everything that is moral, everything that is right. They can't do it alone, so they give them cover with the media. They give them lawyers. The NGOs give them money. Look at the college riots that were happening in support of Hamas, and everyone had color-coded T-shirts and tents. That takes a lot of money, a lot of coordination that, as Elon Musk and Doge has uncovered, was being paid for by our tax dollars going to these people. $33 million Open Society sending to Black Lives Matter and other organizations. And so this is what I'm talking about. I have Big Al on the phone. Hey, Big Al.
Hey, Kathy.
Hey, what's up?
Well, you're a breath of fresh air. Hey, listen, I don't know if you saw this or not, but Trump just fired a woman from Homeland Security. Okay?
Yes.
Mayorkas put her on leave, paid leave. She celebrated October 7th when it happened in reference to over there in Israel. She's also had ties with the PLO, and he put her on paid leave instead of firing her immediately.
Wow.
What kind of a joke? And we wonder why our tax dollars are up, because all these little things add up to money. And I think it's just so disgraceful and such a joke of how the Biden administration was destroying our country. And I just can't believe that these people are going to continue to vote Democratic. They're so, I guess, uneducated, or they just don't know what they're voting for. What Trump is, thank God Trump got elected, because I can't even fathom what this country would be like.
Like, we dodged a real bullet. And and again, it's only because of the grace of God, but also because of this little radical group of conservatives who just would not shut up and bow down, who keep fighting when people come and say, you got to take the jab, we got to shut down schools, we got to shut down businesses. A man is a woman can be a man, and they should fight and compete and take showers and open borders. And the ones who were saying no the loudest were people like you and myself. And so no one is going to give us our roses on that, so I'm giving it to us right now, that we saved this country just long enough. Just long enough. Because if you go back to 2020, remember, there was a lot of Democrats and Republicans who are not conservatives who were willing and waiting to just hand over the whole kit and caboodle to the government, to Fauci, and just do as they're told.
Oh, that's another guy that should be in jail. Now, I'm waiting for accountability. But you know what? Yeah. I was so surprised at what the UK did, finally defining a woman. There's two genders, male and female.
Go figure.
Now, me and my wife, a couple of days ago, me and my wife were riding in the car, and I said, look up the gender thing. And she said, there's a list here of 72 different genders.
Yeah.
And she started reading them, and I was laughing because a lot of them were just emotional things. And one of them was called the witch gender. And that is described as someone who doesn't know which gender they belong to.
Yeah, exactly.
How stupid is this stuff? It's just so ridiculous.
But again, it goes back to what I'm saying. We are in a battle for the mind, emotions, and will. Will means the manifestation of what you're thinking, right? So what we see people doing, your actions. We are literally in a battle for all of those things. And this is not by surprise, or like they didn't know it was going to happen. This is very intentional, this moment we're living through. So now I saw that yesterday, the UK came out, as Big Al just said, and have now declared there are only two genders. And although people are applauding, I'm like, but what about the countless little girls who were told they could be a boy if you just cut off your breast and remove your uterus? Oops. Is that what we're saying to them now? What about the little boys at 11 who were chemically castrated, which is forever? What do we say to them now? Oops, sorry.
Yeah, which is a joke, because in some schools you could be a cat because they put litter boxes in the bathrooms.
That is happening. That is literally happening. That is true. That is a real thing. Big Al, thank you so much for calling. Hey, Ted, stay on. and I pick you up on the other side of this break, okay? I agree. We got to start reading books. Books, people. Go read a book. See y'all on the other side.
What I'ma turn down for? I feel like Shaq in 9-4.
You know the story of the three bears? They all sold replacement windows. You remember that, right? So Goldilocks goes up to the big bear and he tries to feed her a humongous price. And luckily she didn't bite. She checked out the bear with that unusually low price and realized his windows, well, they're sort of like what the bear does in the woods. But then she called Keystone Window. We're the middle bear. A high-quality Energy Star vinyl window, a better value. Like Goldilocks always says, just right. And you know how the story ends? She lives happily ever after because Keystone Window carries a 50-year warranty. That had Goldilocks singing with joy, so we asked her to sing our jingle. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Can't stop, won't stop. Where the brakes at? I give him that diddy bop. Like, take that, take that, take that, take that. I'ma put in work.
What's up, Pennsylvania? This is the end for us today. Thank you guys so much for listening. Thank you so much for all the callers and all of that. I so appreciate it. This is Kathy Burnett filling in for Don Stensland. And I have Ted on the line. Hey, Ted, what's up?
Hey, Kathy, you know what? I could not agree with you more about this need to read books to educate ourselves because the media, well, not everyone, clearly, but a lot of the media has been co-opted by the same people who are running these NGOs. Yep. There was an excellent book that I would recommend to yourself and to readers who are interested in finding out who may really be pulling the strings.
Okay.
The book's entitled Arabella, The Dark Network of Leftist Billionaires Secretly Transforming in America.
Say it again. Say it again.
Arabella, The Dark Money Network of Leftist Billionaires Secretly Transforming America.
Yep.
The book is written. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. General Flynn. I was at his office in down in Florida, I believe it is, and he didn't show me the book, but he showed me this whole kind of web of Arabella being in the center and like this web of money going out to all of these different organizations and how it impacts the culture.
Well, Kathy, I'll share this with you. And this is something you can check. But Dawn had mentioned right before she went to Sicily on her show that a good investigative journalist in the area would pick up on this story. The gentleman that runs Arabella lives right in our backyard in Gladwin, Pennsylvania.
Ooh,
you can go to the website, get his name. It's amazing that no one has ever interviewed the guy. His name is Himesh Bhise, Bhise.
Okay. Awesome. Well,
at
thank
any
you so.
rate,
But I agree. Reading books are is so important. Yes.
But Kathy, this is I think this really, we always talk about the head of the snake. This Arabella organization is behind a lot of what we see going on.
Yeah,
Thank
it'll
you
be
very
really.
much for
Oh,
the
thank
job
you.
do.
Thank you so much, Ted, for calling in. Yeah, it'll be really good, right? I mean, yes, I want some. I don't know if this is if this is politically correct to say, but I'm looking for some revenge. I don't, I'm trying to tap down any kind of feelings I may have against Pam Bondi, but I'm like, girl, get it together. How many times has she been on Fox News already? Like, okay, I get it. I'm over it. Like, stop telling me what you gonna do and just start doing it, right? Like, Ratchet Crockett, what's her name? Jasmine Crockett, right? Just ratchet. And again, this is by design. They get some of the most big mouth, disgusting, ratchet individuals, and they put them out there as leaders of our hallowed institutions. And what are they really doing? They're degrading us. They're degrading institutions. Us allowing ourselves to be governed by the Constitution, it is it's on a volunteer basis. Like, we have agreed as people to say, okay, we will voluntarily relinquish, because remember what our founding fathers, how they opened up the Declaration of Independence, that we believe that there is a God and that he has given us certain inalienable rights. So we are free people, but we are going to come together and make a decision to relinquish some of those freedoms so that we can all cohabitate together. And we call it the Constitution. These are our guardrails. These are the rules of the road that we're going to abide by. But when you have one side, I mean, good God Almighty, Democrats got in office with Biden, and I mean, the next day you had January 6ers faces on everything. They had their social security numbers. They were busting down doors, dragging out Granny, who was just praying. A good friend, Brandon Straka, he didn't even enter the building, but they had this man, they had footage of him looking like he was going to go in. He didn't go in, but he looked like he was going to go in, and literally have him as marked as a terrorist. Democrats were not playing. They threw Peter Navarro in prison. They threw Steve Bannon in prison. And what are we doing? Crockett. I mean, she says we need to get violent. People start throwing Molotov cocktails into Tesla, and there's no dots. We can connect with this. We have to, if you want to stop the degradation of morality in our country, we need to start holding people's feet to the fire. 1, 2, parents, start parenting your children. 3, everybody, go pick up a book and read it. Blessings. See y'all next time. This is Kathy Barnett filling in for my girl, Dawn Stensland. She is amazing, and very grateful to have the opportunity to come and speak with all of you. Find me over on YouTube right now. Go find me on YouTube and hit that subscribe button. Blessings. Bye.
Great, 2 forks high, raise stakes, risk it all.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Psst, I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally! Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the fifth C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. You can't say good Friday, but we're all here together. Thank you so much on a big day. Big guests coming by, and the catchphrase today is hands off Ambler. Keep your hands off Ambler. Don't put your hands on Ambler tomorrow. People over in Ambler, another one of these progressive towns where people seem to speak a gazillion languages at school boards rather than, I don't know, the official language, English. I don't know if it is in Ambler. Tomorrow they're having their hands off Ambler. This is at the intersection of Butler and Ridge. They're telling people to come in costumes, to bring drums. They want to share in the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. Paul Revere, Lexington, Concord, Butler Pike. The British are coming. The Russians are coming. Trump is coming, really. So the spirit of 1776. You know, I have to mind to go over there. Do these people really believe in the spirit of 1776? This is the same crowd that wouldn't allow their school mascot to be called a patriot, I don't believe. Or they wouldn't allow their school mascot to be colonials. All those names have been knocked off. Although, I don't know, Plymouth Whitemarsh still might be there. I'm not sure. So what's with the tapping into 1776? Well, because they're intrigued. They're spreading the word. Trump is coming. It's going to be interesting, the costume tomorrow. They're doing it also in Trenton. Of course, Philadelphia is busing people in from around the world. But remember, Trump, keep your hands off Ambler. I've been watching this morning because I'm trying to see what's on the Mr. Garcia's hat. Now, Dan is a hat expert. He may be able. I zoomed in on it. I still couldn't see. How is he wearing a hat and having a margarita with Senator Van Hollen in this notorious torture prison? His hands weren't shaking. I didn't see any bruises. I didn't see any marks across his face or head. He had some shirt on and jeans, and he had some kind of advertisement. I mean, we should be able to see that. What was he advertising? Bring me home. I hate Trump. But they were at a cafe. It looked like a continental breakfast, and it may have been margaritas that were apropos there. All right, so we have a lot to play, too, a lot to get to here on Talk Radio 1210. So the first thing, guys, I want to get to is Josh Shapiro on Good Morning America today had an exclusive interview with George Stephanopoulos. And in the interview, he talked about several new parts. He attacked Dan Muser, Congressman Van Muser, while lecturing about not attacking the people. I don't know that Muser was definitely on point in being critical of Shapiro in the middle of all this stuff. But we'll play you some of that. But I want to lead off. This will be cut 14 with Congressman Muser. And then I want to play Hannity. You know, and Hannity is actually right on this. Are you aware? And I'm not saying President Trump's going to do it. But there are people in the Republican Party. And you may be on board with this. I think you're going to see certain hosts say they're on board with it. There are people in the Republican Party now agitating toward President Trump, who I hope holds the line on this, to say we got to tax the rich. The rich are getting away with stuff here. And Muser, alleged conservative, he comes on the show. I'm happy to talk with him about it. I'm not going to be on board. You're not going to pull me into this, no matter what you say or do. You may be now, though, saying, well, this is a grassroots party. That means we have to attack the rich like Democrats do. So here is Representative Muser saying that he suggested raising tax on the what he called the high-end bracket, cut 14.
So President Trump is now considering raising the corporate tax rate and creating a 40% tax bracket for millionaires in order to pay for all the desired tax cuts. This includes taxes on tips, overtime, Social Security. Congressman, where are we right now? Because when you start to talk about raising the corporate tax rate, I'm not saying you, but those that are maybe suggesting it, your colleagues, or maybe it is you, I don't know, let's find out. But or you start to talk about, you know, raising taxes on millionaires, those sound like Democratic talking points.
They are.
Well, it sounds like all of America talking points, and I don't mean
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
And I actually did suggest it a number of months back.
Which one, the corporate tax rate or the
wealthy, the high-end income rate?
Okay.
Of course, it was at 39.6. The Tax Cut and Jobs Act under President Trump brought it to 37 for those, just on income levels over $750,000, I think it is. So by bringing it from the 37 as we're redoing the tax plan to perhaps 38.6, right? It would still be 1% less than it was before, right? And by the way, if the Democrats are voting against this, the Democrats are all for tax rate increases for
so are you, buddy. I'm shocked.
Income, corporate, businesses, you name it. Getting rid of the bonus depreciation and everything else. So we're fighting for small business, we're fighting for all of America, and for the job creators that might be in those categories. So if you were to bring it up at one point, it brings about $15 billion in revenues, right? Without any elasticity, which could take place. So if it did come up to 39, it's almost $25 billion. The president is determined not to have a standard, if you will, Republican, and this is my view from what I based upon him. I'm not putting words in his mouth. A standard Republican style budget. What he wants to see is something that is in the interest of all of America, middle-income America, small business, and by the way, we would be talking about an exemption for pass-through small businesses, so they would not be paying at the higher rate as they do now at their income level rate.
Mark, I want to get...
Okay, now, I mean, I'm in agreement with stop it on overtime, stop it on tips, cut everything out of these governments at every level. Fight them for every dime every day. We're all overtaxed. But no, Dan Muser. And I even have Hannity in my corner here, strangely. But I want to hear from you, 855-839-1210. You notice what Muser's doing there. He's saying, so I'm going to get Stacey Garrity on, who's going to duke it out with him in the primary. And I don't think Garrity's going to say, let's tax the rich, who always says that now. We know that Democrats and progressives say it. He's putting it out there under the guise of, well, you know, we're going to cut taxes for all these other people. It's a new Republican Party. I'm fighting up and down every level. I don't even know if there's anyone listening right now. I'd have to see the high-end bracket that will pay more if Muser gets his way here. We have an affluent audience. There might be some, but people aspire to everything. Do we want to do this? Isn't this how they would do it, Democrats? They would do a lot more of it. They excuse it by saying it's only a little bit over here and all kinds of stuff, and we're helping the working class. Isn't that what they say? So is he saying, well, look, you can't take off the tax on overtime, the tax on tips. I don't know if the tax on Social Security is still there. And do that. Are you insane? We're going to have to go to the rich to give us cover on this. Is that what the play is? All right, here is, this is cut, let's see. This is Hannity. This is cut 22. Here's Hannity talking about this. And Hannity, I think, has more suasion with Trump than does somebody like Dan Muser, saying this is out of line.
I just think it's bad for the economy. On the other hand, it seems to go against everything Donald Trump has ever believed in. I mean, I think he's always understood this. And I've been reading the same things you've been reading, and frankly, I just haven't been believing it.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen, but it's a threat.
That's Steve Moore.
We've got, you know, my old friend Bob Novak. You remember Bob Novak from Evans and Novak? He used to say the only reason God put Republicans on the earth is to cut our taxes. And if they're raising them, I think it's going to split our party. I think Republicans will lose the midterm elections. Don't go there. You remember what happened in 1992. Remember when Bush raised taxes? We lost everything.
Right. Pretty unbelievable, to be honest. I'm at this point because of reconciliation. I mean, what Republicans would go forward with a tax increase when they should be making the Trump tax cuts permanent, eliminating tax on tips, Social Security, and overtime? Because that's what the president promised. Why would they go in any other direction?
Because they're worried that Democrats are going to say what they always say, tax cuts for the rich. When, in fact, after the Trump tax cut of 2017, the share of taxes and the amount of taxes paid by the rich went up. It didn't go down.
All right. We really appreciate you.
Now, in this piece, guesstimated per year income for Hannity is around $45 million. Am I supposed to be jealous of that? I'm not. It's something you aspire to. I wouldn't, Rush Limbaugh may have been, I think real dollars could have been at his height, 60, 70, $75 million a year. I was supposed to go nail that guy, take away at least or 3/4 of it. That's not what we're about. Let's have the fight. Let's do more Doge cutting. There's a lot more to cut there that we don't need to spend. I think Steve Moore laid it out beautifully. Now, I'm not saying that's Trump's instinct. I'm just saying that guys like Muser and all now think they're going to carry favor with this. We've been trying to get him on the show. And this is the way to go. People, see, this is not a phony working class party. The Democrats always used to talk about that, the working class party, et cetera, which means attack the rich, go after them. That's what it's code for. Is that what we are now? We're more populist. And that means when you're populist, you must nail the rich, maybe not as bad as the Democrats, but that's what you should do. I just think it's inconsistent. Tell me if you're buying into that. Or you say, well, come on now. We're getting all these tax cuts. We have to be united. You have to be united to say, we're coming at you every day to take back every one of these onerous taxes. We're coming at you every day to stop your spending. That's what Republicans are supposed to do. That's what the uniform says. Cut taxes, cut spending. That's what it should say on it. You can put a schwoosh on there or anything else you want. That's the uniform. They ought to dress in that. Dan Muser, I don't know if he can dress in that. Maybe you agree with him. Come on, Dom. What's a little bit here? These people, who says that? I'm just asking you, who says that all the time? All right, so we got a lot of what's going on in El Salvador. Chris Ruddy, the head of Newsmax here. Going to talk with old friend David Zwig. Finally, he has the book out. What was it, 5 or 6 years ago? He told us about in the middle of COVID. He was one of the most brilliant COVID guests that we've ever had. And a couple of other things, too, we'll get to today. 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. Today, we are looking for Bad Boys. As we told you yesterday, it was just Martin Lawrence's birthday, a day or two ago. Bad Boys. What's it up to? Bad Boys 86? How many can they run out?
Oh, they'll put it into the grave. They'll beat a dead horse as long as it's making money.
The only one that seems to still thrive is Fast and Furious, unless that's off the rails now, too. That's got to be up to 7, 8, something like that.
Yeah. 10, 11?
Oh, it might be. Okay.
Isn't it like Taken at 5 now, too?
We're still making Takens?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the Keanu Reeves one. What's the one with
John Wick.
John Wick.
That's run out, too.
Awesome.
How many times can you have, just bullets flying and weather in some weird-looking place, which is exotic, I guess. It looks like no place on earth where they go. Okay. I'm going to take off Paul Newman. Cool Hand Luke is the perfect example. One of the guards says, I can't understand how a God-fearing boy like you, to Luke, clean cut and all that, ends up doing this. I think he says he doesn't believe in God or something to the guy then, and that's it. Paul Newman was always a subtle bad boy. James Dean was a fake bad boy, but we can take him off. Somebody will say it. Dan, who's yours?
So we're not necessarily looking for villains in this. We're looking for people that were like the bad boys of Hollywood to a degree. Like
that women seem to go to. Yeah.
Or the bad girls of Hollywood, I guess we could do as well.
Throw it in. That's right.
James Dean.
You know what? That'll be in the next sequel of Bad Boys.
I'm going to take someone off the board that we didn't discuss, but just came to mind. Actor here, a particular character of his is indeed bad boy and not really a villain. But how about Michael K. Williams, a Hollywood bad boy? Regrettably, we lost him a couple years ago. But
Omar.
But you see him in other things as well. He always has that kind of bad boy, cold, brash personality that you look at the guy and you're like, I kind of want to have a beer with him, but I'm scared of him at the same time.
Well, he was an anti-hero. We put him as the all-time anti-hero. Tony Soprano, a little bit too criminal. But the other guy, Omar, you can make the point. Well, look what he grew up in, the whole thing. So yeah, he's a good one.
I got the
James
shotgun.
Dean and Michael K.
You got the briefcase.
Yeah.
It's all in the game, though, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, with Bunk, yes. All right, Henry, who's yours?
Yeah, I'm going to take another character in the game. How about Marlo Stanfield?
Oh.
Yeah, the all-time bad boy in that show.
I don't know if I can agree with that one.
Oh,
you think
my
so?
God. Absolutely.
He's just
ruthless.
Yeah, but that's not a bad boy. I mean,
Sure.
he's a criminal.
He wants his name to be echoing throughout East, West Baltimore. It doesn't matter. It showed at the end of the show, like, hey, it didn't matter. It wasn't about making money. It was about getting my name out there. That's why he went and assaulted
So you're going with
those
the
kids in the
character
corner.
specifically of Marlo?
Yes, I'm not going with the actor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I like it because I think it stands out among that he's kind of, again, the guy that has that dark nature to him. He's almost, there's a lore around him, mysterious.
He wanted what Omar
I think it
had.
fits. I think it fits pretty good.
He wanted what Omar had more than, because, you know,
Right.
if you remember, like during the show, the kids are pretending to be Omar, playing like cops and robbers, and they're not pretending to be Marlo, and that's what he aspired to be. The other one I'll take off the board is a sports figure here. Former Eagles defensive tackle, Ndamukong Suh. Very dirty player throughout his NFL career. You know, didn't have the best season when he was here in Philadelphia. But when he was in the Detroit, and I believe in Tampa Bay, man, there was no stopping that guy, and he let you know whether it's shots to the groin, cut blocks low, below the belt. He ended up getting suspended. He stomped on Aaron Rodgers. I think that's as bad as it gets when it comes to sports.
All right, I'm going to be judging a bad boy a little bit different, but we all have our own.
I have a qualification I think
Yeah.
we should throw out there, a characteristic, and it's a word I don't
Yeah.
think we've ever used on the Dom show before, but swagger. There's a certain swagger that these bad
Right.
boys have, that they're both dark and, you know, you don't really know much about them, but they have that certain swagger that people aspire to be, similar to like a Marlo Stanfield. I think that's a good answer, Marlo.
All right, I wouldn't go with that one, but okay. Yeah, I hear you. I would. It's more subtle to me. There's got to be that you believe there's goodness there of a sort, but they're on the wrong path. I'm not sure that Marlo women would be.
Well, that sounds more like an anti-hero to me, if you believe there's some good in them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bad boys have some good. I mean, I haven't seen much of those characters, but they're not bad. Lawrence and so okay. We'll mix it up. You make a decision how you want to go with it. 855-839-1210. Chris Ruddy coming up at 12:30 today, and we'll talk with him about Newsmax. He is a confidant of President Trump. We'll see what he thinks of where Trump is. I will ask him about this tax on the rich thing. Are you in that camp? It's a simple question. There's no right answer. You can say, yeah, Dom, they need to do that in order to cover these other taxes. To me, that's what Democrats always say. I would go back to the Trump tax cuts and add overtime, Social Security, and tips. Let the Democrats fight it out and tell American workers they want to tax their tips. Let them tell people that Social Security they want to tax continue. Let them argue on any of those fronts, and they're going to lose. Why do we have to sacrifice this principle? We're not going to tax you more just because you're wealthier. Why do we have to sacrifice that? Toward what point? 855.
I got some. I want to answers I want to throw at you because I think they're great answers for the side question today.
Sure.
Steve McQueen.
Yeah, that's a bad boy.
Yeah.
Man, Steve McQueen is on the wrong side of the a rebel of a sort. That's what I think of.
Yeah, I guess that fits the description too. Joe, he can call it in and claim it later in the show, but I think it's a fantastic answer. Dennis Rodman.
That whole
primarily.
80s Pistons team.
Yeah,
You could take Lambeer off the board as well with that.
Yeah, with the swagger. Yeah.
Well,
Lambeer.
I'd be against that guy in general principles. I like to just run over top of him, and every day of the week. He should have been kicked out of the league.
And if you looked up bad boy that we're kind of trying to get to and found it in a dictionary, I'm going to take this one off the board just to get listeners thinking this way. All-time great fictional character, the Fonz.
Hey.
Guess he's a bad boy.
Yeah, he has a leather jacket. He drives a motorcycle.
Right.
The parents don't like him around. He's a fantastic answer now.
He's cool. Definitely cool. Yeah, okay. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. You can get in right now. Hit us with that.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints, and it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember, Politics in Pints will be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Housing Opportunity. NMLS 433838.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you were into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So in the middle of everything else that we have going on, you see this debate suddenly telling us that somehow or another the Republican Party has changed so much that we're going to go after the wealthy. Are you in that camp? Well, you know, I hear the arguments. This is going to split people up. I'm telling you, the Rand Pauls of the world and a lot of other Republicans, are they going to be told, well, you're yesterday's Republican Party? If we want to tax the rich more in order to get a fig leaf to put over us for knocking down these other taxes, then that's what we're going to do. See, I see that as caving in. I think we have the Democrats on the run on this. Are they really going to be able to resist? If you want to take the tax off tips, Social Security, overtime, are they going to be able to resist that? Are they going to have number crunchers? Are they going to have the guy on CNN standing there saying, well, it doesn't add up. The federal government will not have money. Or are we going to say they have plenty of money? We've seen that with the exposés and plenty mortifying to take away from them, to give back, or to never have been put in there to start with. Isn't that really the argument? Versus, well, you can't possibly. What are we going to do if we don't tax these three things? Which one do the Democrats want to die on? They want to tell hardworking Americans that over time is something we're going to have to continue to tax. They want to do it on Social Security and certainly tips in the swing states. Trump found that out during the election. He promised it, and I think he's following through on it. So then why guys like Muser trying to con us Now, Dave McCormick's on today. I'm sure he's heard this. I'll ask him about it, too. Chris Ruddy coming up at 12:30, the head of Newsmax, which is really gaining. And he is a confident, I'd say he's like O'Reilly with President Trump. Are they all going to say, yep, that's what we have to do? All right, let's go to Scott in Percy. And Scott's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, afternoon.
How you doing, Tom? Great show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Republicans have to keep doing a better job of getting the message out of the benefits of people making money and the benefits of hiring people and creating wealth. And the lower income did better under Trump the last term, and I think they're going to do the same this term.
Wasn't that one of the markers of President Trump that was embraced by people, that he's a billionaire? Isn't that what we hear all the time? He's a billionaire. He doesn't have to do this, all this stuff. Nobody said, wow, I don't think that guy ought to be a billionaire, except Democrats and progressives.
I trust a billionaire that creates wealth for other people, creates jobs, and can create opportunity for other people.
That's exactly it. Now, sometimes that's hard to do, but you got to stick to your guns. We have them on the other three things. Are they really going to reject the other three things if we don't do this?
We just have to get a better message, a stronger message out of the benefits of people trying to attain wealth and trying to make money.
Yeah. So who's your bad boy?
I have an athlete and an actor. I don't know which one you want.
I think your athlete's stronger. I don't know the actor, but you got a pretty strong one with the athlete, I think.
I'd say John McEnroe.
Yeah. Yeah, I refereed a tennis match in Manayunk with John McEnroe. It wasn't a real match. Ed Rendell was there and all that. I was tempted just to call him out, just to see if he'd go nut. He was fine. But yeah, he's an all-timer.
He might have been on his best behavior that day.
And in a match, a really tough match, I might take him against almost anyone at his height.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, McEnroe is definitely a good one. Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what do you have?
Tom, how can anybody turn on you, even McEnroe? Come on.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him. I was thinking it's a celebrity. It's a charity thing. The mayor's there, the governor, whatever he was, and McEnroe goes off. I love it.
Dom, can you imagine any caller taking that approach with you?
Oh, well, it does happen. Yeah.
I had mine out there on YouTube, but Dennis Rodman was a role player, regardless, bad boy or not. My bad boy got very, very humble in life, but he was ugly. He was a cheap shot artist, dirty, and it was Lyle Alzado. He had some venom and anger going with him that was uncontrollable.
Well, may have been the alleged, I'll say alleged because I don't have the papers in front of me, all the stuff he was taking, it was sad too. I mean, It was, yeah.
Yes.
And that defense, the Orange Crush was one of the great defenses ever.
Oh, God, he turned on his own ball players, that guy.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. That's a good one. Lyle Alzado, John McEnroe. That's what we're looking for. You can hit us with that. It's a good topic. Everybody has one. Or woman, bad girl, too. You can put that. I mean, they played with that with Catwoman in several Batmans. I don't see Anne Hathaway coming up. Who was the original Catwoman? There was somebody that really showed the cartoonish nature of what Catwoman's supposed to be about. And one of the original ones. Was it Eartha Kitt?
She was one of them.
Julie Newmar, I think, was the other. I think they were better. Okay, coming up. Guy who has the ear of President Trump and is the top competitor of Fox, Newsmax head, Chris Ruddy with us next. They just had an IPO, et cetera. They've gone through a lot, Newsmax. What does he see happening? What does he think about what we're talking about? He's straight ahead here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, let's, first of all, though, say spring is here, finally. A nice day, real good day. So don't let the stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is especially formulated to support joint comfort, flexibility, powerful blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage, promotes smoother, more comfortable joint movement. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio offer. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your offer for free, your order for free. That's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action, less pain, more comfort. Use that code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus, RELIEF.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow. Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
A warm air mass will continue to build heading into the holiday weekend. Mixture of sunshine and clouds today. High temperature back above average at 73. For tonight, a milder night, partly cloudy with a low 58. And for Saturday, partly sunny, breezy, and warm with a high 83.
D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts in guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown or dkappliances.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. President Trump swearing in Dr. Oz as the new Medicare, Medicaid head with Bobby Kennedy Jr. there. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But somebody who routinely is a friend of President Trump over the years, he is the CEO of Newsmax Incorporated, the parent company of Newsmax. They just had a successful IPO. We all hear an IPO. What the heck is that? Let's talk with Chris Ruddy here on Talk Radio 1210. Chris, welcome back to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Dom, always great to be on with you and our friends in the Philadelphia area. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what an IPO is. I'm in the middle of it all, and it's been pretty amazing. But it's been an exciting time for us for sure.
It seems pretty good when you see that kind of public demand. What's the Is it a reaffirmation of what you already know, how much Newsmax is growing, that you can take this step?
Well, let's go back. You were there at the beginning of the journey when I was on to talk about, hey, we're planning to go public. And we were seeking people to join with us and buy shares in our pre-IPO and then our IPO round. We raised $300 million in the lead up to this. And so then we got listed on March 31st on the New York Stock Exchange, the first what they call Regulation A offering to go public on the big board. And we had a phenomenal response. I mean, the shares went through the roof because there was so much demand initially. Now they've calmed down, but we're still a lot higher than we were. When we launched, we went out at $10 a share. I think it's trading around $25 a share now, but it's going up and down every day. But it's still been a lot higher than the market, which has been in a correction during this whole period.
Yeah, without a doubt. Did you get the call from President Trump? Good job, Chris. Good job. Keep doing it.
Well, he and I spoke, and he was very praiseworthy about the success of the IPO. And I told him I have a new line, and it's a rising Trump lifts all boats. And
we're going to be hearing that. Yeah. Yeah.
Trump's been good for the economy. He's been good he'll be good. This correction in the market is only like a temporary thing. And I really think he's got a tremendous economic program, but he was very happy that we had gone public. He likes Newsmax. He's been very critical of Fox News. And I think it's fair to say Newsmax is his favorite channel, but I think we give him a fair shake. We're not Trump TV, but we give him a fair shake.
Chris, one thing, too, I wonder if this has come up. It's kind of disturbing to me. We now have Hannity on one side, this Congressman Muser we've been playing this morning, this rumor out there that they're trying to egg President Trump on to say, look, if you cut taxes, overtime, Social Security, et cetera, then you have to bump up the tax from the Trump tax cuts on the, quote, very wealthy. I find this to be not just that I differ with it, but also a dangerous, we want to be broad in the working class party. But, Chris, does that mean then we have to be Democrat light when it comes to the very wealthy people?
Well, I think that the president has a broad-based approach to the economy, and I think his impact is going to be across the board. There's several prongs to his thing. His tax cuts will help everybody, right? And he's trying to get those through Congress. He wants lower interest rates for everybody. He wants lower oil prices for everybody. And I think his program is good. I think the Republicans in Congress, I'm not sure exactly what their program is. But I think that Trump's program will be really good for everybody.
Okay. Chris, what's the growth pattern now for Newsmax moving forward? We talked about some of the success so far. What is the, not agenda, but what is the vision to continue to move forward? It is one of the might still be the fastest growing network out there.
Yeah, I mean, we had incredible ratings. Q1 of this year, we were up 50%. We had 34 million Americans tuning in. That was up from 22 million. You've been in the media business a while, Dom. That just doesn't happen by nature like that. It's a real growing force. And across the board, we're seeing our numbers up on different parts of the company. And I think that not only the cable channel is still growing, so you can watch us on cable, we have a free streaming channel on the home TVs like Samsung Vizio or Roku. And then you can download our free app, which is on your smartphone, and watch us anywhere in the world. It doesn't cost you to start anything. And then we have our website. We're growing on all of these different vectors, podcasts, and I think it's going to continue to grow because there's, the press is so out, the rest of the media is so out to lunch. They're so far left now that Newsmax is growing, and the Reuters Institute study said we were one of the top 12 news brands in the United States, and we really have only just started on the TV side.
Yep, absolutely. Chris, your sense, Iran back in the news again, and it looks like President Trump is not going to be precipitous here with bombing them, nuclear deals. Do you sense it's different than the first term when he got rid of the Obama deal, which was a bad deal? And what would he replace it with? What would be the posture toward Iran?
I don't know. He has said they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Right.
Now, does that mean freezing the program? They're only a few days away, they say, from building a bomb. Some people believe they already have the bomb. I believe it's a grave danger, not just to Israel, but the United States, for Iran to have a bomb. These are rogue, it's pretty clear in my mind they were behind October 7th. They've been behind the Houthis. They don't care. You can't really do a deal with them. I think President Trump understands that. Somebody was saying that there was a report he was blocking the Israelis from the attacking, and then it's been qualified. I know that his position has been that if Israel wants to do it, they should do it. But he's not necessarily going to give American support. I think that may be changing, because remember, they've been out to kill him. The Iranians have been out to kill
absolutely.
Trump.
No, you can't make a deal with them, Chris. Now, you're in a very high level, one of the highest of anybody I've ever been on, in those circles, making deals and all that. Do you ever come to a point, if you were one of the envoys, I could see you doing, well, you're so busy, but doing that, you realize you cannot make a deal with them.
Right. I mean, I think Iran, Bibi Netanyahu said 30 years ago that the Iranian regime was the ground zero of the terrorist movement in the world. And it is. And they're bad guys. They're the biggest mistake made in the last century. One of them was Jimmy Carter allowing the Shah to fall. It destabilized the whole Middle East. It's led us, to the brink of a major regional war. And Trump, look, President Trump, what's really good about him is he doesn't like war. He wants to avoid war, but he also knows you need to be very strong to avoid war, and you need to be willing to go to war, but he doesn't like war. So it's not like he wants to get us involved in this, but I think that we don't have a lot of alternatives right now, because they're so close to getting a nuclear warhead. And even if they don't make a weapon outright, they can create what's known as a dirty bomb. Imagine them detonating that in Washington or Philadelphia someday and causing mayhem and mass casualties. And they've got the capability, I think, to detonate it in the U.S. We just found out that an Iranian double agent, the U.S. government arrested, was working. Where was he working? At the FAA, in charge of flight plans, and he was taking flight plan information. Why do they need to know that information over in Tehran? It should set off alarm bells.
Yeah, I've seen that in the last couple of days. And Chris, I was unaware. You may be more plugged in here from what you're hearing, that they were that close. I thought, we always hear that, but that's pretty chilling. And I don't think Trump, if he believes that in his heart, is going to let that go.
Yeah, I don't believe that he's naive to this, and I think that we have a moment in time between him and Netanyahu in power, and everybody pretty much agrees, the allies that we have, the Saudis and others, that Iran is a grave threat to the region. So I think this is the moment, and if you look what's happened right now, we have half our B-2 bomber force right now in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. I'm told, I follow this, that there's been massive airlift of equipment into the forward positions in Qatar and other places in the Middle East right now. We have 2 aircraft carriers now sitting very close to Iran. So I think the stars are aligned now for something to happen. And I think my own view is it could happen sooner than later if it happens.
Absolutely. Chris, continued success with Newsmax. Love it when I'm on. Love to watch a product every day, and continuing to grow on all platforms.
Well, we appreciate it. Take a look at newsmaxinvest.com. Find out the information about our shares on the New York Stock Exchange. Be a owner, a co-owner, and join our news revolution.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Dom.
Chris Ruddy here on Talk Radio 1210. Now, that's pretty chilling. I did not have a sense of it. This guy, Chris Ruddy, Newsmax, is in the warp of Trump and talking about this, that they were that close. We do know that it looked like we might strike, and he's right. All those weaponries in forward positions, that ought to tell you something. All right, we got a great side question today. Hit us with an all-time bad boy. Martin Lawrence's birthday just in the last day or two. And are we the party? You know, Chris didn't go into it as much as I wanted there. That's okay. I have Dave McCormick at about 1:10 today, odd time, but that's good. He'll be here, and I'll ask him about that because Hannity's plugged into this. You heard Steve Moore would play that for you. You heard Muser. Muser is trying to tell us that in order to be this new Republican Party, we have to go after the rich a bit here. Not quite like the Democrats, but that's what it's about. Does that make sense to you? You know the arguments. You've heard them for 30, 40 years. They can afford it. They don't pay anything in taxes. Is that the ticket to offer cover to take away these other taxes? And do we really think Democrats are going to give up on those other taxes on tips, Social Security, and overtime? They're going to try to fight it. If you say, all right, we'll trade you the rich, they going to stand down? I don't see it. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time because Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardie Fiber Cement Siding as well as Certainteed vinyl siding. Siding's not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years of experience, complete every project with such care and precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that are best going to fit your home. Don't delay. Take advantage of this. 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call, text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
It's engagement season. A very special event is happening right now at Family & Company Jewelers. It's the Verragio Bridal Show. Now through Saturday, they brought in all new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey now through Saturday for their Verragio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Bad to the bone.
All right, that's what we're looking for on the side question today. You heard Chris Ruddy about Iran. Boy, as we go toward Easter Sunday, that is chilling stuff, to put it mildly. So Dave McCormick, good day to have him. He's in the middle of a lot of stuff. We got a lot to get to in the next hour. Sound this morning from Good Morning America with Josh Shapiro. He did admit, he brought it out that, a lot to be desired here with the protection of the state police. And this guy did not set off anything, or they didn't see him on the cameras, according to Shapiro. When he went over the fence, he hit a sensor that was somewhere there in the bushes. That's what was set off. And it was dark. Don't they have massive lights? Don't you turn big lights on at that point? What the hell is going on here with these people? And I did not take it that he is, confident in the state police, and there's going to be a full get to the bottom line on this. And thank God that door was closed. Otherwise, it would have been a lot worse. All right, let's go to Susan in Winmore. Susan is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Susan, afternoon. Susan?
Hey, Dom.
Hi.
I'm your blue-haired tattooed friend. Yeah, Dom.
Hey, there you go. That's Susan. All right. Are you coming to the Politics and Pints, Susan?
Yeah.
Oh, good. We'll be all right. Mark that down. Blue hair,
No, but
tattoos.
I'm coming to Dom Giordano Day. I already booked my hotel room for the weekend.
Wait a minute.
I love it.
You booked the hotel. Oh, man. What hotel do you stay at? Well, give them a plug. Maybe they'll put a special with mulligans on there. Where do you stay, Susan?
Well, I'm staying at the Apollo in I'm staying at the Apollo in Wildwood Crest. Never stayed there before, but
Yeah, I know the Apollo.
That's where I'm staying.
Well, that's good. Now, Johnny, if someone shows a validation there, they get something off on a vodka or something. We have to work that out. Go ahead, Susan. Who's your person?
So anyway, Bobby Ritchie, Kid Rock.
Ah, that's a very good one. Yeah, it fits perfectly. Yeah, fits perfectly because he's introducing Bill Maher, presidents. He's friends with both. What could go wrong? Yeah, Kid Rock would be a good bad boy. Okay. Booking in a hotel for Dom Giordano Day. All right, we have to ask Mayor Ernie if he's aware of this and if there's going to be a big surge. Maybe you should get your room now. June 20th is going to be a big day there. I hear they're putting the rates up at the Apollo as we speak.
Island's getting sold out, Dom. You got to get those tickets or those rooms, yeah.
Exactly. Remember now, Mulligan's has a nice capacity. We saw that with Kelsey Grammer, who we're still working on to get down there at some point this year. But, you can't squeeze everything. You got to get there early. June 20th, start leaving now. I love it. Book the hotel room. Oh, God. Okay. Coming up, we're going to talk with Dave McCormick. I had so many other things they called off. I thought it was a good idea. Look, if you don't, that's fine. He was going to do the first book sitting with John Fetterman, okay? And we wanted to do, and I think they want to do it with us, the McCormicks on their book on mentorship. The only thing is we have to look at a date because we have Politics and Pints coming up. It's going to be a huge event at the Colonial Theater. And we hope to see you there for that. It's going to be unusual. It's the host and the first 100 days. So it's going to be good. But McCormick and Fetterman had to cancel because the mobs wouldn't allow it, so to speak. I think they were doing a big event in Pittsburgh. I'll ask him about that. But I also want to know what he thinks of this idea that we should now, and the spin is, well, you still have somewhat of the tax cut. Look. They cut it to 37 under the Trump tax cuts. I thought that was appropriate. Everybody got a tax cut. I'm on board with that. Now suddenly we're told, well, that wouldn't be the working party. How are you going to cut all those other things? We're going to fight you on every front. Are the Democrats going to stand against cutting the tax on tips? Some of them will. They're crazy. Are they going to stand against cutting taxes on overtime to encourage people to make the economy boom? Oh, we need all these people here illegally because people don't want to work. We don't have enough of them. We'll cut the tax on overtime. Just think of what a benefit that would be. Whatever you get paid for overtime, plus you don't have the tax on it. Just think about that. Are the Democrats going to? Yeah, some of them will. Why do we have to give up this other tax cut to appease them? The heck are guys like Muser thinking? We get him on. I'll ask him that. I think he's saying this is the new Republican Party. Are you a member of that? Are you a member of the party that says, no, we're going to fight you. We want to take away every tax that we can. Every day of the week. We're wildly overtaxed. Shouldn't be taxing people like this on tips. Okay. Dave McCormick here in about 15 minutes. 855-839-1210. That'll get you a line.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising safety. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven, eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn and family deserve the best, so call the best. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming up at about 1:10. I know it's like when Toronto has a 7:10 start or something like that. Everybody does 5 after. I'm not sure why they do that. We'll have Senator McCormick, who's in the center of a lot of stuff. I will ask him this question, though. Are we now going to be the party that taxes the rich somewhat in order to make up for the other stuff? We're watching on Fox. Did someone faint again? Dr. Oz. I didn't know that was Dr. Oz, Dan. Man,
so a little white looking. White hair. At least.
Yeah, he must have been dyeing his hair before, because I sat with him up close and all that, and he never looked anything like that. I didn't even know that was Dr. Oz. That's a little bit too gray to me, a little bit too much. And did somebody faint there when President Trump was swearing him in?
We're trying to get the exact details of what happened here, but we were watching the press conference, and all of a sudden you see Trump and everybody kind of look off to the side.
Right. Very unhappy.
Here's the audio of this.
You'll all be very unhappy.
Have you spoken
your
with
life,
Xi?
your life,
Who is leading
your
those
life
trade
will be in
talks?
great danger. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Press out. Everybody out.
And the really cool thing, just like before when it happened, Oz jumps into action. He runs from behind Trump to go address the situation that's playing out here.
And I wish I had the footage of it in the past. He had to hurdle this little stanchion that was there.
Yeah.
And I'm getting conflicting things. Some guys are telling me to keep talking, like, don't pay attention to this, they'll handle it. Others are saying, you got to cut it. This woman's fainting in front of you.
So I'm watching the video still. Trump then walks over. It looks like it's actually a child, maybe? Is there?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think I heard the words Mila fainted. I don't know if there's...
Mila, okay.
I just showed Henry a picture here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
No, that's what I saw going out, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Dr. Oz sworn in. I saw Dr. Marty, and we got to get him on. It's not easy here. I got something in the works. Oh, by the way, just a little pause here, Dan. I don't know if you get any sound of it. The Dean of Decency was on Fox at a rally in Bluebell on Thursday night, last night. Madeline Dean talking about if they can grab Mr. Garcia, they can grab anybody. You know, they're going to die in this hill. Yes, they are, because this hill politically is a hill to die on. So Dan has a little bit of President Trump addressing the media right there, taking questions once again. And a former Obama person said, you got to give it to him. He takes more questions than any president we've seen, certainly compared to Biden. It's just ridiculous. Here's President Trump, though, talking about Garcia.
In 2019, Garcia was issued a deportation order. 2 separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13, which is a gang that may be even worse than Tren de Aragua, and maybe worse. They kill people with knives because it's more painful. Very famous for the knifing and killing of 2 young 16-year-old girls walking to school one day, and they sliced them up into little pieces and killed them. That's MS-13. And 2 separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13. When Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money pouring out, an MS-13 gang symbol that he was driving with 2 other known violent MS-13 gang members, 2 of the most violent members that we know of in the MS-13 gang of thugs. In 2022, Garcia was stopped by the Tennessee Highway Patrol, who was found to be transporting 7 people from Texas to Maryland, and he had no driver's license. He was driving violently. In 2020 and 2021, Garcia's wife filed for a protective order from him and said he was violent and abusive and really scary, including allegations that he punched and scratched her on the eye, left her bleeding after throwing her laptop on the floor at her, ripped her shirt, and ripped off her shorts. He then grabbed her arm, leaving very severe marks. Garcia's wife also wrote in court, "At this point, I am afraid to be close to him. I just don't want to be close. I have multiple photos and videos how violent he can be and all of the bruises that he's left on me." She just couldn't get anywhere near him. This is the man that the Democrats are wanting us to fly back from El Salvador to be a happily ensconced member of the USA family. Isn't it a shame? And by the way, I've been hit pretty hard by fake shows, fake news, MSDNC in particular, where they talk about how evil I am, that this man would be thrown out of our country. This man is according to certified statements that we get, is a very violent person. And they want this man to be brought back into our country where he can be free and to stay as a happily Maryland, they call him the Maryland man. He's a Maryland father. No, this is a violent person.
All right, so there you go. President Trump reading from various things right there in front with the reporters. Okay. How in the world do they think they're going to gain on this? Well, part of it is they think one of these judges is going to say something that Trump, these district judges, is not going to go for, and then they'll be able to move for impeachment. Let them go for impeachment. Haven't we been through this before? Haven't they learned this stuff will backfire? And the answer is, you got to look at it from their perspective. What else do they have? What else can they do in these situations? They have nothing. Tomorrow, more rallies. David Brooks, alleged conservative, he's, if anything, a moderate, writing for the New York Times, is calling now not just for massive rallies, but massive strikes, that people are going to go on strike to try to shut Trump down. Well, in Philadelphia, that might happen. They like to strike, so anything could happen here. And in Ambler tomorrow, the hands-off Ambler rally. And they have the picture of a founding father, of a patriot, because it's Paul Revere Day, Lexington, Concord, Ambler. How did Ambler make it on the Freedom Trail? Apparently now it is. They're all revved up for this tomorrow. All right, here's Josh Shapiro, though. Did about a 7.5-minute interview, or they did that on Good Morning America this morning, in the aftermath of this. And he talks about how the guy got to the house. He talks about his level of confidence in the state police. And he also talks about Dan Muser. Muser was critical of him, saying, well, you're not helping matters. All you do is attack President Trump routinely, which is true. And I'll play you what he said about Muser. So here's Shapiro with George Stephanopoulos kind of setting the scene of what happened.
It's real. I mean, this is sadly a real part of our society today. And it needs to be universally condemned, George. I don't care if it's coming from the left, from the right. I don't care if it's coming from someone who you voted for or someone who you didn't vote for, someone on your team or someone on the other team. I think every single leader has a responsibility to speak and act with moral clarity and condemn this kind of violence.
Are you surprised he was able to get this far, actually get into the mansion?
Look, there were clearly security failures, and I want you to know I have confidence in the Pennsylvania State Police to learn from it, to address it. We're bringing in a third party, an independent law enforcement leader to review our protocols, to review our systems and make them even better.
That is the first part of how this went down, and they continue talking about some of the broader lessons, and this gave Shapiro the ability to comment on, he would not, and you know he's not going to do this. Stephanopoulos tried to go there a couple of times, pin it on where this came from: anti-Semitism, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, anti-Shapiro, because he is the most prominent, arguably, well, maybe Schumer, Jewish politician, and he is a great voice post-October 7th, speaking out on this stuff and correctly doing it. Here's how that sounded.
Why don't you want to address that question? Because we even saw Senator Schumer today sent a letter to the Attorney General saying he believes this should be labeled and investigated as a hate crime.
I'm not sure it's helpful for people on the outside to be weighing in with their opinions here, George, no matter who they are. You've asked me a couple times why I haven't sort of given you maybe the kind of answer that you're seeking. I want to explain why.
Yeah.
I know as a former prosecutor how important it is to follow the evidence and apply the law, and to do so without fear or favor. In this case, I'm the victim of the crime. I'm not the prosecutor. The prosecutors will weigh all of the different evidence, determine what the motive is. I think for me to dwell on that, to focus on that, is not my job.
We know what the motive is. He doesn't want to say it because it gets at his party. We know what the motive is, and we're not going to move away from that. We know who is doing this. We know who the anti-Semitic party is in large measure because of Gaza and Israel. And that's what it's about. All right, we'll talk with Senator Dave McCormick here momentarily about a number of things, and he is right in the center of all the stuff around what's going to happen with the tax cuts, et cetera. Let's go to Senator Dave McCormick here on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, welcome in. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hey, Senator, welcome in.
Hey, thank you. How you doing?
Good, Senator. Very good. Senator, you spoke out about Josh Shapiro. Give me an idea of your thoughts after this Good Morning America interview.
Well, listen, this all really started in my mind with what happened in Butler, where I was there when President Trump got shot, and wrote a piece that talked about, this violence in politics that we had to stop. And really, I think it's a lot about how we dehumanize people. And when the same thing happened to Governor Shapiro in a different way with, arson in the governor's mansion, someone trying to harm the governor and his family, which was just a horrific thing. I just wanted to step up and say, listen, despite the fact that Governor Shapiro and I are from different parties and have very different views on things, we got to stop this violence in politics, and we got to have political leaders conduct themselves in a way that's not contributing to it. And it's hard not to see a pattern where there's more and more political violence, and I think it really threatens our democracy, which is the point I wanted to make.
Senator, isn't it helpful, though? And look, I don't want to be critical. The guy had the house burned down. He was under attack. In the Good Morning America interview, we know what the motivation is, at least what the guy told the police. And we know that Shapiro, I think, would have helped their party tremendously if he had been on the ticket. And we know there's part of it, at least, it's anti-Jewish. Even Schumer today is saying that. I think we got to call that out in a respectful way, but that's part of it.
The anti-Semitism, absolutely. No, we have seen this huge rise in anti-Semitism post-October 7th. We've seen it on our nation's campuses. We've seen, shockingly, the unwillingness of university presidents like Liz McGill at Penn to stand up against anti-Semitism, and that persists. And I think it's the kind of thing which is deeply embedded in parts of our society, and that's also something that I've tried to stand up and be a really strong voice on, because it's intolerable.
Senator, we played today on the show, and I'm not sure how widespread this is, but you are one of the driving forces in the Senate now. I watch and go to on issues like the tariffs, on issues like banking, and the really big things, our economy. But the argument is out there. We played a Republican congressman saying the president's being told you can get the cuts, the tax cuts, overtime, Social Security, and the like. But we have to up the so-called high-end taxes. People like me and others in talk radio today are saying, we want to be the working party. We want this broad tent, and we have it. But I don't think that's the way to go philosophically, and I don't think it's the way to go for the economy to start to go down that path.
I'm with you. Listen, I think we're not the party of raising taxes. And if you look at the taxes today, the 2017 tax cuts that President Trump put into place, you see that the good portion of those taxes, a large majority, help people making $400,000 and below. For a family of family making $50,000, this is a $2,500 tax break. And listen, in the United States, we have a pretty progressive tax system, and what I mean by that is that 10% of the population pays 70% of the taxes. 1% of the population pays 40% of the taxes. So I don't think the path to prosperity is through raising taxes. I do believe that there's things we continue to need to do to make it more viable for working families, for people living on the edge, to be able to have children and to get by. And so, one of the things you and I talked about in the campaign, which I'm going to be a forceful advocate for, is child care tax credits, is child tax credits, is IVF tax credits, because we see less and less young people having families because they can't afford it. So I do think we need to do more to help, but it's not by raising taxes. It's by cutting them. The way to get our economy back on track is to deregulate. Huge deregulation, have energy dominance. It's to have tax cuts become permanent, and it's to make our economy welcoming to capital from around the world. And we've already seen trillions of dollars of new capital coming. So I'm optimistic we got wind at our back. The tariffs have created some uncertainty. There's no doubt about that. And I'm hopeful the president's going to come out soon with a couple templates of the deals that are going to come forward. And that, I think, will give the market a little comfort that we're on a good path here.
Senator, we had on Chris Ruddy, who is a friend of the president, talks with him. And one of the things we were talking about, suddenly Iran's front page again. And Ruddy seemed to indicate there are some signs of it. I was unaware that we thought Iran was close to the bomb again, potentially. What's your sense of where we are with that?
Well, listen, I mean, the problem with Iran is they're completely not trustworthy. So, if you move forward on an agreement with Iran, or even if they, give you all the comfort or try to give you the comfort that they're not close to a bomb, I don't think you should put much faith in it. So I think the president has been unequivocally clear that we cannot have a nuclear-armed Iran. And the only way I could ever imagine any sort of path forward that doesn't involve literally taking that nuclear capability away with military means is for a complete capitulation by the Iranians on their desire to have a weapon. And it can't just be that they're going to stop further development. It has to be that they essentially open up the doors and make sure that the regulators can see that they don't have a nuclear capacity. They don't have enriched uranium, and that we can move forward with some confidence. And that, I think that's the way this issue is being framed by the president, and I agree with him.
Moving forward, what's for constituents, listeners here, Senator, what are you working on? What's upcoming that you are really in the center ring involved that we should know about?
Well, today I'm here in Philadelphia, and I've spent time with the Federal Home Loan Bank, and we're talking about affordable housing. That's a big issue, 11% rise in home prices last year in Pennsylvania. Unsustainable. Part of it's due to the really significant regulation at the municipal level. So we got to make changes to make housing more affordable. So that's a big focus. Really meeting with businesses to talk about these tariffs, so I can understand some of the challenges that they're going through, and be a strong advocate with the trade representative and with the president for the kinds of policies, the kinds of exemptions that may make sense for Pennsylvania businesses. So that's a second big thing. And listen, I'm on the Energy Committee, and I'm the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, and there's a big focus here on putting in the executive orders that help achieve the deregulation that helps achieve energy dominance. But there's also a lot of good work we need to do in the Senate with permitting reform that's going to make it much easier to drill and create pipelines and so forth. So those are the big issues, completely consistent with my campaign. I guess the final one's fentanyl. And you and I talked about this a lot during the campaign, but fentanyl killed 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year. My first bill that I introduced was the fentanyl task force bill, which essentially created a law enforcement task force with clear accountability and resources to stop this terrible scourge of fentanyl. That, along with some of the key things the president has done, I think are going to put us on a really good path for dealing with the supply side of fentanyl. And that piece of legislation was co-sponsored by John Fetterman, which is important. We need to have bipartisan support for attacking fentanyl, and he and I are in it together.
Well, we still have not met. Someday the paths are going to cross. I'd love to host you and your wife on the book because I know there was difficulty in Pittsburgh. So let's see. Maybe we can make that happen.
We'll come see you, Dom, I promise. Looking forward to it, and thank you for having me.
You are welcome. Thanks, Senator, very much. Have a good day
Bye-bye.
in Philadelphia. All right, Senator Dave McCormick, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Hit us on his comments. You heard what he said, and that was pretty straightforward. No, I'm not in favor of that. How about you? Don't evade. Tell me if you are. Hit us on the side question. Who is a bad boy?
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Governor Josh Shapiro sat down with Good Morning America for his first interview since the governor's mansion was firebombed over the weekend. Camden has reached a $6.7 million settlement with the scrapyard that went up in flames in February, and a peacock is safely in custody after a stroll through North Philly yesterday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
A warm air mass will continue to build heading into the holiday weekend. Mixture of sunshine and clouds today. High temperature back above average at 73. For tonight, a milder night, partly cloudy with a low 58. And for Saturday, partly sunny, breezy, and warm with a high 83.
D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts in guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown or dkappliances.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You heard Senator McCormick on both Iran and also the tax question. So I think he senses that this is a real thing. This is what they're talking about. And I get it, the new Republican Party, but is that the type of thing is that where we should be going? Now, this is an unbelievable, I wish I had the sound. There doesn't appear to be any sound out there that you can find on this. It's just the coverage in Lancaster County, and then they talked about it. It was the first meeting of that new, or one of the first, on Thursday night, of the Lancaster County's first Democratic senator in more than a century. Remember this guy, Malone? Remember he beat the Republicans there? Remember people couldn't believe it? Was that a tell on anything other than mail-in balloting? Well, during a digital policy forum hosted by the left-leaning Pennsylvania Policy Center, he was asked by a participant for his thoughts on a piece of Senate GOP legislation. This would ban biological males, they say trans girls and women, biological men from competing in grade school and collegiate sports teams and high school for girls and women. Malone answered, I'm probably going to vote for Senate Bill 9 and try to amend it to separate kids from adults to adjust the issues that are presenting as a problem so that we can move on to things that literally affect everybody. But hopefully we can adjust these rules and regulations so they don't affect our most vulnerable populations. Now, you would think, what's outlandish about that answer? Well, the chairperson, or the vice chair, Stella Sexton, of the Lancaster County Democrat Committee, who co-chaired his election campaign, he was a co-chairman, interrupted as he was speaking about the legislation and said there are some bills Malone has not fully read. Basically, Malone then said, she's telling me not to tell too much. I have already gone through and read that one in detail, and they have my position on it. So imagine, even in Lancaster County, this guy who is reasonable on this issue, I don't think he quite gets it, but okay. He's being told publicly there by the vice chairman. She interrupts and says, no, he hasn't read all of this. Otherwise, he doesn't know what he's talking about on this. He absolutely does. And here's what it tells you. If this were put to a vote in the full body, the House will just refuse to bring it up. I did read in this article, according to the Lancaster paper, they say Josh Shapiro has already said he would veto it. He would veto this bill, saying you can't have biological boys and men in female sports. Now, it's one thing that he says it. But if they got it through, which they would, then you know what's going to happen. There'll be hell to pay here. He will not be able to hide behind this moderate chameleon-like thing that he does. It would be a play. He believes, and look, this guy is politically tremendous. He would be reading the Democrat Party to say you can't run for president and say what this guy said here. Now, Newsom already has. You know, whether we know his actions different, all, but he at least publicly said it. Shapiro now, after what Newsom has done, is reading this and saying, no, you can't say that. You've got to veto it. But is there hope for this guy? I mean, he at least gets it that you can have men in women's sports, right? Is that? And the vice chair says, oh, yes, you can. You haven't read it yet. All right, Dan, you have some of Madeline Dean, right? All right, here's Madeline Dean. This is in Bluebell on Thursday night, and we wanted to let you hear her. Are Democrats going to continue? And I have a question about Montgomery County. Here's what she said.
That the Republicans can get into the prison and do photo ops and everything, and Senator Van Hollen can't talk to him or get in to see him, or... I don't know, but I'm very proud of Van Hollen for going there. We are also looking for a trip for me.
Oh,
I will
yes.
do everything in my power to go there. And I don't know about you, we had a slide where we had all those white sheets. Here's a word I didn't think I was going to be using: the disappearing of people. When did we start thinking about the disappearing of people? I mean, I'm somebody who cares about words. We're a family that cares about language and words. And people are just disappeared off the street. That man was disappeared from his child. In front of his child, he was disappeared. And you saw the way they treated those men without humanity, shaving their heads, making them look like they are less than, disappearing them. So I'm damn proud of Van Hollen, and we, members of the House, will go. We've asked for a trip, a congressional delegation. The majority will never approve that, so we're just going to go on our own dime.
Here we go.
Well, thank you, Dan.
I was thinking of
more. Okay.
That sad poem. First they came for the communists,
oh, God.
and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Jew. And then they came for the Unionists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Unionist. And then they came for the Catholics, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Catholic. And then they came for me, and there was no one to speak for me. We must not let that happen.
All right, these are people sitting there in Bluebell, this all-time hypocrite. That's why she's the dean of the squad. Coming up, in a bit of rebuttal, if we ever got her on again, we were arguing about potholes the first time she was on. I'll play for you. I wonder what Madeline Dean would say to the mom that we played you yesterday. We'll play you a little bit again because these people out of Montgomery County are a large part of the problem. Montgomery County, we told you yesterday, 29 times they let people go that ICE had a detainer on. We'll play you the mom, Mrs. Morin, who was at the White House. How did Madeline Dean deal with her? Did she vote for Laken Riley? Did she vote to, you talk about disappearing, Madeline. You're going to be disappeared now. And she's gone off to El Salvador. I'm still telling you calmly, my judgment is this is such a political loser. You saw the guy yesterday having margaritas with Van Hollen, with the baseball hat on, that we don't know what it says. Now, this prison is nothing to fool around with, no doubt. Whether or not they want to clarify there was an error here of him going to the prison or not, he's gone. You know the Trump administration. I don't care what they do. They bring him back here. He's going to be arrested, and he is Project One to get to another country. I don't know for a fact, but I bet already there are countries that are contacted to take him, that he's not going to be in this country, nor should he be. Imagine these people sitting over in Bluebell, thinking they're going to be disappeared, and it's the Nazis. That's Hitler. I think it was a trade unionist. She may be right. It might be the unionist. They came for all them, and nobody did anything, and then there was nobody for me. This is what they're always reduced to. Thank you, Dan. That's as unbelievable to be sitting in Montgomery County and thinking this is reality, that that's what's going on here. Versus this guy. Why die on the Hill with this guy? Because they're in a hurry. You know, maybe there's another case where a mistake was made. Look at who they're standing up for. They're standing up for and raising money for that kid that stabbed the other at the track meet with a butcher knife he had in his bag. They're standing up for the Maryland guy. They're standing up for the Columbia guy. How much of this can you do? Very little. It doesn't work with people in the end. You may rouse a certain base who virtue signal to say, yes, we're standing with you. They can't disappear all of us. But in the end, we know how the election turned out, and we know how this is going to turn out. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's talk about Dr. Bentz here for a moment. If you're looking for a dentist you can trust, then you need my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group in East Norriton. I've been telling you for years that patients come to Dr. Bentz from all over the area, from out of the area, even other states, Florida, for example. You get to know Dr. Bentz and his team. Yesterday I was there for just a quick check and a cleaning. Helen, his new hygienist, gave me a lot of really good tips. I mean, they just don't say keep your teeth clean. They specifically take the time to work with you on this or your overall dental plan on the big stuff. And Dr. Bentz is tremendously good with diagnostic stuff. He recently found something with one patient was quite serious that others had missed. He has the tools, he has the staff, and he has the expertise to do these things. You would get the very best care. I'm happy the last 2 or 3 times I've been at Dr. Bentz's, just in the last couple of weeks, I met each time at least one patient that heard this, took the message, and now is a long-term patient of Dr. Bentz. Get the smile that you've always wanted. Get on the road for greater dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, BENTZ dentalgroup.com. Call 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My wife listens to B101. We've been commuting together to work over the last month or so. Wanted to let you know that both of us find the show to be very funny. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, Mark and Kay.
Thank you, Mark and Kay. We appreciate that. I'm not selfish. Like, if you want to give some love to some other stations, that's fine. We know you're going to come back here because our content is too compelling.
Here we go.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Come on.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome. Coming to you. I see an historic bad boy here that is an unbelievable answer, and I would agree. You know, just big record, but a hint of bad behavior. We'll get to that, but you just heard, here is the mom. You may not have heard it yesterday, Henry. It's cut one. Here's the mom, and I may stop it at some point here. It is just grueling. In answer to Madeline Dean and these virtue signalers sitting out there in Bluebell. Okay. They are on her own dime. We'll see about that. We'll see if Madeline Dean does that. Does that mean out of her own pocket? Is that out of your own pocket? That's the first thing we're going to be checking on Madeline. No, it'll be out of campaign money or somebody else paying. Maybe they'll have a sponsor that will take them to El Salvador. You're not going to pay for that yourself. You're a fraud. Here is the mom. What would you say to her, Lake and Riley's parents, and others? The point being, you are willing to go to the moon here, El Salvador. You can't wait to be going on this junket, and yet You can't vote to protect Lake and Riley or people like the Morans. Here's what the mother said.
When she went on that trail that day, she was not planning on dying. She wasn't planning on walking to her death. She was planning on going to the grocery store with her girls afterwards. Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet, blood gushing from her head. It left a 150-foot trail of her blood to the culverts, where he picked her up, he threw her against the wall of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail, and rocks, still stained with her blood, he used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head.
All right, Henry, thank you.
The skull is shattered.
That's the thing that stuck with me, the 6-inch square in the back of her head, okay? So sitting out in Bluebell, they're going to disappear you. They're all revved up over this guy, how offended they are. But they've completely lost standing here. If they were as offended with Lake and Riley, if they would at least, and I get it, they're against this, their ideology, they can't bring themselves toward this. And I get some of the tension here, some of the back and forth over Garcia. But in the end, all that matters is if he comes back to the United States, he's going to be arrested, he's going to be deported to another country. That is what is going to happen, and that is what should happen. And I think the Trump administration will move heaven and earth to make sure it does happen. And the more they identify with this out of everything that's out there, and again, there might be somebody in this whole debate on illegal immigration where you can make a case looking at it just politically, that there's some degree of sympathy here. Maybe you can glom onto that. The more you learn about this guy, I mean, is a guy that's beating his wife, according to what she filed. We're going to die on this hill. We're going to take those junkets. We're all going to be brave and go to El Salvador. Madeline Dean from Montgomery County. A woman who the Inquirer says she and her husband, the first time she ran, made their money off of his bicycle company. I think she was involved, which was in China and at best was using borderline slave labor or slave labor to engage in this. That's what this is about. So how in the world are we going to be lectured to by the Madeline Deans, the Mary Gay Scanlons, the Houlihan? The question I still have, though, are these suburban people just ignorant? They're more educated, more affluent. In Montgomery County, it used to be the most affluent, educated county in Pennsylvania on paper. Have their minds just gone to mush? That ideology is bred into them, that they just see it a different way. They don't stand with Lake and Riley, they stand with Garcia. And whenever you can freeze frame something down to something what I just said, that's simple. Which side are you hell-bent to be on? Which side is obvious where all your energies go? How did they ever get elected? This is a loser. Now, maybe it's not a loser in certain sections of Montgomery County and those Pennsylvania suburbs. But in a lot of America, this is a loser. I just saw a poll up that the vast majority of people, even in California, do not want males in female sports. Okay? California. Now, I don't know in Montgomery County. It might be even crazier. Comes back to me, what in the world has happened to the Philadelphia suburbs where people like this are the representative? You know, are Republicans not doing a good enough job of articulating this? I'm not sure. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. You know, it's said that you don't just visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans. They're all there. They have all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to do what they did. Join us. Join Ro, me, and Talk Radio 1210 listeners. That's the beauty of it. The unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria this fall. This is the trip for you. You've heard about Sicily, White Lotus, all kinds of things. You've heard Dawn and I talk about our trips to Italy with Conservative Tours. Nobody does it like they do. All this for $55.44, including airfare. The dining events are not only lavish, great food, drink, but also it's the local color. They go to the spots. They know them. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All of it's there. Call now, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. We'll also enjoy the Godfather tour. Visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily, that has to be Taormina. I'll see you in Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country. I'll also see you in Savoca. Call now, Conservative Tours, 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints, and it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember, Politics in Pints will be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. Bad Boys, the side topic today. We haven't forgotten about that. Martin Lawrence's birthday is what triggered that. But you heard Madeline Dean. You heard Mrs. Morin. This is right from Bluebell Thursday night. On my own dime, etc. President Trump, several people pointing out on Twitter, we were watching on Fox. They cover the whole thing when you would think MSNBC would want to stick to this. It was newsworthy. They cut away. I'm not sure about CNN when Trump was reading from the report, the police report, et cetera. You would think they'd want to stay there. They might have somebody on the counter and say, well, Trump's leaving this out. That's fine. But they cut away from it. They did not cover Mrs. Morin speaking the other day. And on that, you can say, look, the sadness of this is unbearable, what she said. But that still doesn't mean that Garcia should be in El Salvador. But the point we're making is this pain, this misery, these people being murdered didn't have to happen. Democrats ignore that. It's inconvenient for them. But they're all over. You heard Madeline Dean saying, hey, we're going to go to, I'll go on my own dime since they won't give us the money in the House to go there on a junket. Okay, we're going to see that. We're going to see who pays for it. We're going to see what nonsense she'll say there. And I know it's maddening. What's maddening to me, I mean, the broader thing politically, I see where this goes. It doesn't go well for them. What's maddening to me is what in the world are these people thinking in the Pennsylvania suburbs? Because when you look around, the one Republican is very moderate, Brian Fitzpatrick in Bucks. In Delco, you have Mary Gay Scanlon, who's progressive. You have Madeline Dean, who's more of the hypocrite party than anything. And then you have Houlihan in Chester County. So whatever, they are winning the day in the suburbs. Based on what? Now, last time, Bucks County was won by President Trump, and he did better than he did in 2020 in the suburbs. But still, we've seen the stuff that goes on even in Bucks County with the commissioners. So it's an ongoing question of where the appeal is here. Tomorrow, Philadelphia, of course, has this rally for the ride of Paul Revere calling out Trump. But the other place is Ambler. Ambler is a funny place. The times I've talked about them over the years, at one time it was about the nonsense at their school board or their town council meeting of having to translate stuff in Spanish, and they seem to be a sanctuary town to me. Tomorrow they're having hands-off Ambler. People are coming in costume, Paul Revere, maybe horses, who knows? And what are they alerting us to? Trump and disappearing people. Ambler. It's another example of this suburban type of stuff. You know, the main line used to be places that were pretty liberal, but it's all over the place in the suburbs now. What is it that they're seeing that's different, even on the trans issues, anything that you want to say, that they elect people like Madeline Dean, all-star hypocrite, just an all-star. I told you how she made their money, and I didn't know that until the Philadelphia Inquirer, Joe DiStefano, the business people, they're the ones that alerted the public to it. But that's okay. They don't care how you got your money. They want to have money, but they want to lecture you. She is one of the all-time worst. And the stuff that she just said there, Republicans ought to be able to run it with that all over the place. She's hell-bent to go to El Salvador. Where was she on this issue of illegal immigration and the people that we've talked about? Even politically, not wanting to at least put up a political front around it. So is Garcia there by error? What does that mean? I could see what could happen is he gets out of the prison, they bring him back here, and I don't know this, but behind the scenes, the Trump administration is looking at another country. He's not going back to El Salvador unless he's going to be in prison. He's not going to stay here. I don't care what they do, what they say. I would predict you are not going to see this guy here. And I told you, I thought Jesse Waters was a little bit over the top, too cavalier with the Bulls hats and this guy and all that. Who knows? But then ICE and others report that there is some semblance of this stuff with MS-13. He was consorting with them. He's got all kinds of arrests, all kinds of stuff back and forth. You have the wife who was on Good Morning America today and wouldn't answer that, saying that, oh, my God. I don't know, Henry, if you have that. Dan said there was more from Dean. I know he's setting something up. You do? Okay. Here's more from Madeline Dean, that she continues by personalizing this, saying her son is a tattoo of a crown.
Pastor Niemöller, and how he evolved and learned in his own history, in his own life, and wrote that beautiful poem, reminding us any one of us could be disappeared. My son has a lot of tattoos. One of them's a crown. He might be disappeared. I have a tattoo. My husband thinks we should write an article. My son and I might both be disappeared. You just don't know.
Oh, my God. I know she has the tattoo. I remember that. I think it's on her ankle. They're going to disappear.
Not the lower back.
Henry, come on. Don't throw me into that. You know where I'm going with that. Thank you for that. Yeah, the lower back, the tramp stamp. I'm not going to go there on that. No. I believe it's on the ankle. I remember she taught it LaSalle, and we did a big thing on that. Not that you can't have a tattoo. Some tattoos are flattering. I'm fine with that. But the son is going to be disappeared. He's got a bunch of tattoos, and she has a tattoo. Man, what are they going to say in El Salvador? All right, we keep those cuts. These are world-class, the type of stuff that's going on. All right, David Zawig is an independent journalist. You may remember that name. David was with us right in the beginning of COVID, and it was that summer, talking about some of the wacky stuff. They were saying if you're having a summer camp, you can't do this, that, and the other. Then he's the one that went through schools and what they were doing. And we used to kid him, there's a book there. Well, his book is out. An Absence of Caution, American Schools, the Virus, and the Story of Bad Decisions. He's next, but keep the calls coming and give me your reaction to this. This last part is even wilder. What the heck is wrong with these people? I'm not saying they're all wealthy, they're all insulated from damage that other people experience. But something has happened in the Philadelphia suburbs I've been talking about for 10 years. I blame the Republican Party, too. You can't beat this. We can't beat people like this talking about she's got a tattoo, they're going to take her to El Salvador. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 29th. 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million worldly winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. President Trump today had the COVID page changed. And on the COVID page now, I think this is with the CDC. I just saw the headline. It said, Wuhan, China, that's where it came from. And it took away a lot of the nonsense left over from COVID, where we haven't had a day of reckoning. David Zawag was a brilliant guest right in the middle. I think he'll remember. I think it was toward the summertime when we were starting to get hit with this and some of the crazy stuff that went on. And we had him back again and again and again, multiple times on a bunch of stuff. He's very prolific, published in all the biggest places. And we said, when's the book coming? Well, the book drops on Tuesday. An Abundance of Caution, American Schools, the Virus, and a Story of Bad Decisions about the catastrophic long-term school closures and other policy failures. And I would maintain the fraud that continues. Kids in school were already not necessarily doing that well. And those that were not doing that well are doing abysmally in the long term, including the absentee rate. That is just horrific. And any test, anything that you want to see. They didn't take that money. They did not do what you needed to do. One-on-one tutoring, world-class tutoring, all out Manhattan Project. All right, David joins us again here in Philadelphia with this book. I need to get an autographed copy of this after all of this. Congratulations, David.
Thank you so much. I got to get down there to Philly and, hand you one in person. I can't believe the day is finally here after years and interviews with you so many times coming on the show. National shows.
We had you on. Anytime I filled in nationally, we had you on. Do you remember the first time? I seem to remember we were coming up for some reason, slightly coming out of this, and we had you on because you wrote something, you published all over the place, about summer camps or something that summer around COVID.
Yeah, I wrote, there was guidance came out for summer camps, and it said that they wanted the kids to mask outdoors. And I was like, that seems insane. That doesn't make sense, because I had been, any regular person saw that didn't make sense, but I was, deeply involved in reporting all of this for quite some time. I immediately reached out to some infectious disease specialists and others that I knew and alerted them because no one else had written about this. And I'm like, how can the New York Times had a piece, but it said, like new guidelines are out for camp, how to keep your kids safe. And I'm like, that's all we saw. So anyway, I wrote a piece for New York Magazine where I had a few experts, and they said, these guidelines are draconian. This is terrible. Kids should not be masked outdoors, and you're playing a kid in tennis who's 30 feet away from you. Why do you have to wear a mask? And in one of the triumphs of my career, I think, almost immediately after the article came out, Rochelle Walensky, the head of the CDC, was grilled about it. They were pulling quotes from the article, and then they changed the guidance. So one of those rare instances where journalism can make a difference.
Well, you had to be on this end. The reaction of listeners is what we go by. Dan and I had our own ears, our own guts hearing you, this guy coming here. But because, David, you know this, it's rare that you have somebody cutting edge, provocative, that our radar doesn't go off. This guy might at some point be radioactive. There were those people out there. Sometimes I think they're on the Joe Rogan show. Some of them I think are just provocative. Some of them, my reaction is, nope, I'm not doing this again. This could be trouble. This is going to end badly. But with you, we heard a guy that was evidence-based, had a good eye for this, and moved forward. And now, the biggest gripe I have, although Trump is trying to do some things, we're going to see some different stuff with RFK Jr. Dr. Marty McCary is in there. That's our guy. We haven't had the day of reckoning on this yet, where we have a consensus. That's why this book and this battle is so important, as you know, to document it so that they can't do it again, not just on something like this, but anything. It was this petty, soft tyranny that both ruined businesses and my expertise in the area of education. It set kids back. And the evidence just the other day here in Pennsylvania, several states, the Trump administration clawed back hundreds of billions of dollars in COVID aid that was not spent. They were supposed to spend it to do what we're talking about.
Yeah, it was quite remarkable that the money, these largely what are called ESSER funds that you probably are aware of. Right. These were funds that were earmarked to help kids throughout America try to recover some of the learning loss that happened amongst a variety of other harms that were incurred by children. But there was virtually no strings attached. So we had this situation, and I talk about this in the book, where you had teachers unions and many others, and we can get into this if you want. We had all sorts of people demanding that all sorts of money was necessary for schools to open, for them to be safe. Eventually, the schools did open, and then they said, well, now we need more money to help kids. Okay, but guess what? The money went to all sorts of other things. I know in my district, part of the money was used for hiring a DEI coordinator. What does that have to do with helping kids with learning loss from COVID? So this was just a bonanza of billions and billions and billions of dollars funneled to schools with virtually no obligation that it actually be spent on things related to the learning loss from the pandemic. It was quite remarkable.
I see why I didn't get asked to write a blurb here. You have Dr. Marty, Matt Tabibi. All right, let me go through a couple of others here that wrote blurbs for you from the book. Nate Silver, so we're on the other side here too. Paul Romer, Nobel Prize in Economics, and Jeffrey S. Filer, former dean, Harvard Medical School. All right, I got to say,
I bring out the big guns.
That's an impressive. It would be embarrassing to be saying read this book with these guys, and I know that speaks well of your work and where we are. To you now as the author, doing this has been years in processing this. What nugget or what's the highlight section in here that you want to zone in on, David?
Well, I would say just very top level that what I hope people will come away with after reading the book is a deeper understanding of how the gears turn behind the scenes in our society. We all live here and we observe things happening, but I pull the curtain back and show how these public health experts came to their decisions. And I also show how the health experts and the media, largely what we call, the legacy media, these big media outlets like the New York Times and on down, how they worked together to put forth a very, very particular narrative. And I think people have, assumptions about that, but it's only through reading. It's essentially what I would call a case study, but a very engaging one for regular people, where I walk you through, here's how these pieces got put together. And I think that's the most important thing for people. As you mentioned, it's not just for another pandemic or something. It's kind of to understand how the gears turn for any crisis in America, to see how the media operates in conjunction with the authorities when it wants to. And in this circumstance, they worked together because they were on the same quote unquote team. And I go through and explain and show how that happened. And it's, that, and I'm glad you mentioned all those blurbs for the book. It's quite stunning. Everyone knows what happened during the pandemic and what they experienced and observed. What they don't know is how the sausage was made. And that's what I show in the book.
And that's critical for listeners, because that shows us the same mechanism, infrastructure that could be used, not with this to create the wrong narratives. It can be used with anything where you're going to get the same attempt to shut down with false information and tell us about science. In bold type, you write, the consensus we were told that existed in the medical establishment was false. And David, if I, had more connection to you, I would have told you, I don't know if he would have talked to you. Dr. David Damsker was our caller, Person of the Year one year. He's over in Bucks County, public health guy. He's still there, but he was prominent. He's the one in our area that said the 6-foot rule was faulty. You only needed 3 feet, if that. And that would have opened up a lot of schools. Well, he, across the state, it was wildfire. And what they did was they essentially demoted him and just put him in the basement, the Bucks County commissioners of the public health out in Bucks County. Actual, right here, the guy that was breaking us out of jail, that's how the system dealt with him.
So that's a great anecdote, and it's a nice dovetail to sort of that. I don't want to give away too much, but to my mind, the kind of zenith of the book, the climax toward the end is, how do the kids finally get back in school buildings? And it's only because the governor of Massachusetts, who is a Republican, it's only because he disregarded the CDC's guidance, and he allowed schools, if they wanted to go below 6 feet. And what happened was there were a few researchers, one named Western Branch Elliman, who was at Harvard Medical School, and a few others who said, there is no evidence that 6 feet of distancing is beneficial in schools. And God knows the CDC and no one else was doing anything about it. So they took it upon themselves. They weren't paid or anything. They did it. And they conducted a study in Massachusetts where they compared schools with 6 feet versus 3 feet or some other distance. And you know what they found? There was no benefit.
There you go.
There was no benefit. And it was only until these researchers on their own chose to do this and put this together that finally it was just so irrefutable that the CDC had to cry uncle and then eventually change the guidance. So it's only because of these researchers that that ultimately kids were able to get back into school, and it's only because this governor didn't listen to the CDC. So what people need to understand, this is part of the gears that I'm talking about behind the scenes, is that there was a scenario created. It was a catch-22. We had all these rules that everyone had to follow, and if you didn't do so, you were a piece of garbage and a monster. But yet they had no evidence that any of these interventions were effective, and it would be impossible to prove them wrong without going against them, because how could you test it against something else?
Exactly.
So it's just a remarkable circumstance, and I do a lot in the book where I talk about millions of kids being in school in Europe, and I kind of take you on a tour of what's going on over there at the time. And I'll tell you one last thing, if we have a moment, which is this book is not a Monday morning quarterback retrospective. The whole book, I take you through chronologically in that first year of the pandemic, what was known at the time. So that's very important, because one of the arguments is, well, it was the fog of war. They did the best they could. We didn't know. That is a lie. That's false, and it's really important for people to understand why that's not true. So you were really astute in pointing out that this book, again, it's not really about the pandemic. That's the backdrop, but this book arms people with an understanding of how these big institutions within our society, the government, the legacy media, the health establishment, how these large institutions work together to create a narrative and to create a sort of acrimonious environment in the United States where you can't disagree with them. So, and as you said, this is important to understand for any crisis. So that's my aim for the book, because God knows you don't get rich writing books generally. This is just something where I spent years and years on this because it felt so important to me to create a history, to show the record about what happened, and to enable interested Americans to really know. So the next time you're at a cocktail party, you can talk to people and say, actually, this is how things work.
I like the actually word. You know, you're just getting over this book and it drops. You're excited and all. Is there an RFK Jr. book in you? Because I'll tell you, David, I have two minds with the guy. The legacy can be tremendous. And then I get off the ramp there at certain things. I've not seen anybody that, other than President Trump, this guy is going to be historic. Overall thoughts with RFK Jr. so far? Do you have any?
Yeah, I think like anyone, he's likely a flawed individual. And, you know, I am not knowledgeable enough about the research regarding vaccines and autism. So I just can't comment on that. But what I would say is one thing I am confident about is just from years of science reporting, the basic things he's talking about with health and nutrition are undeniable. And he is the only guy who's really had the nerve to kind of come in with guns blazing and try to, actually make change on this. But unfortunately, and this is another thing I talk about and show in the book, the tribalism in our country is so powerful that even someone who's correct on some things, if they're seen like they're on the wrong team, then they just have to be dismissed entirely out of hand. And that's the kind of core message in the book, which is that the American Academy of Pediatrics put out a statement that said, we need to open the schools. This is the most important things for kids. And by the way, don't even worry about 6 feet of distancing. If you can, great, do it. But if you can't, it's more important to get the kids in school. Shortly after that, Trump tweeted, we must open the schools with, 100 exclamation points. And within days, the AAP, the American Academy of Pediatrics, reversed its guidance. They got rid of anything talking about distancing. They got rid of the saying, no matter what, get the kids in school. Everyone fell in line. It was because Donald Trump, and I have a zillion examples of this, about how doctors who are reaching out to me privately off the record, and these are physicians at top institutions in our country, around the country, contacting me and saying, I think this is wrong, what's happening, but I'm afraid to talk about it publicly. My boss has told me I'm not allowed to talk about it. One of my colleagues was reprimanded for saying something. So there was a whole network of people who knew what was going on was wrong, and they were afraid to talk about it. They were telling me, but this is the environment we were in. This is the type of things that I'm revealing in the book, these kind of behind-the-scenes things that it's like, oh, holy beep, like what we were told, what we thought was actually happening was not really what was happening.
Absolutely. An abundance of caution. American schools, the virus, and the story of bad decisions. And again, I love the people that saw this, that they took the time to write about this and analyze this. It's commending. And again, thrilled for you. We've adopted you here over the years, and to be continued, David. Much success with this. Available now on pre-order, then it'll be in bookstores and Amazon. Well, I guess it is now on Tuesday.
It's on Amazon now.
Yeah.
Yep, an abundance of caution. It's out there. You can pre-order it right now. It was so great. I've been waiting for this moment to talk to you for years because we've been leading up to this. Thanks so much for having me.
We'll do it again. Stay in touch with Dan. We'll set this up again. A little time passed, and the reaction you get to the book, and we'll revisit because, again, you said it today. It is about the epidemic, but it's also the machinery, the infrastructure. That's the big takeaway.
That's right. I know your listeners, they want to see that behind the scenes about how these gears turn in our society. This is really showing you the sausage. And I'm happy to have anyone reach out to me. I'm very accessible. So while they're reading the book, feel free to chime in and email me. I'm easy to find.
Thank you, David, very much. Take care.
Thanks for having me. It was great.
Dan, it feels good, doesn't it? I think you got him on first, the New Yorker. You may remember back then that summer about kids with masks on playing tennis in summer camps, and just an all-around good guy. And he just burst onto the scene, and he gets it. He's saying this is about the narrative that goes on, not just COVID. So, all right, let me take a couple here, then we'll give you Dom's Money Melody. Let me take Richard in Westchester. Richard, thanks for the wait. Who is a bad boy for you?
Bad boy for me is Bruce Willis of Die Hard. I mean, that guy was cool. He was tough, and I want to be his sidekick.
All right. Yeah, he qualifies as a bad boy, the role that he played throughout that.
Welcome to the party, pal.
There you go. Yeah, no, definitely not a bad guy, but a bad boy in this. Let's go. I think Robert and Ben Salem saving up here. I think he's got one. This is a good one, too. This just kind of gets the flavor of it. David in Somerset. Hey, David, welcome in.
How are you, Dom? Happy
Good.
Easter to you
Thank
and your
you.
family.
Same to you.
No problem. Hey, by the way, with reference to Madeline Dean, I mean, you know, they're like a moth to the flame for anything that sounds so dramatic. And what they don't realize is they need to go and try to recruit people from the middle. And all they do is they just throw red meat to their base, and
Right.
that's not going to win you election.
No, they're in the bubble. Somehow or another, David, I don't know where you are, but the suburbs here were vaguely Republican most of my life. And over the last 10 or 15 years, they're progressive now. She actually said her son has a crown tattoo, and she's got tattoos. They're going to disappear her. We can't run against this Republican Party. What's the hold of this woman?
Yeah, no, and personally, I'd like to see her show us the receipts that she paid for that trip, because I'll guarantee you she hasn't paid a check in a long time.
No, but maybe then with Chinese yen or whatever their thing is, they might pay in that.
Exactly.
David, what's your choice?
My answer is Marvin Bad News Barnes, who actually was convicted of taking a tire iron and trying to assault one of his teammates at Providence.
Yes. Now, wait a minute. That goes back to Providence. That's the center, right?
He was their center.
Yeah,
and he was just absent.
Oh, it's Bob Lanier had the
insane.
Bob Lanier had the 21-inch shoes, right?
Well, Bob Lanier was from St. Bonaventure.
That's right. Okay, I'm mixing them up.
This was the 73 team with Ernie Di Gregorio.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And what's his name was the coach, the commissioner of the Big East. Why can't his name is escaping me?
Dave Gavitt.
But
what was it, Henry?
Yeah, Dave Gavitt.
Yeah,
Yep.
Dave Gavitt. Yeah,
and that set in place everything to put together the Big East.
Yeah, there you go. All right, that's a good one. Now, Bob Lanier's sneaker size, I think, was a 21 or something like that. I know that seems unimaginable. That's why I was confusing it too. All right, one more, then we'll give you the money melody. Joe in Bordentown's got the first female. Joe, who's yours?
Mine is a lady Godiva who rode naked on a horse through town to protest taxation. And it happened about the same time as the Battle of Hastings in 1066.
That is a bad girl. That's a pretty good one. The first bad girl surfaces here. Right now, though, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, we are playing again for that, the amateur. Why did I mess up here? Too many papers. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. All right, we are playing today for a pair of Fandango movie codes to see the amateur from 20th Century Studios, rated R, only in theaters and IMAX. The Amateur's an all-new espionage thriller from 20th Century Studios starring Oscar winner Rami Malek, Bohemian Rhapsody, and Academy Award nominee Lawrence Fishburne, Matrix. There we go. We have to put that editor notes in. We can't help it here. The staff had different things that wrote this up. Okay.
What's love got to do with it?
All right.
Yeah. Right.
Should I bring up Aquila and the Bee again? Great
Yeah.
movie.
Okay.
Anywho. Yeah, Dom, so today we're asking for that all-time bad boy. Some bad boys back in the 80s, as they went against mainstream American culture in their music, was Public Enemy. If you remember,
Right.
Public Enemy
Sure.
had a #1 hit song in Fight the Power. Today I'm going to play a cover of Fight the Power. I want to know the band playing this cover, all right? Let's take a listen.
Give 'em what you get, knowing I'm knowing, while the black
All right, we're looking again, Henry, for...
We're looking for this band name. You might know them because they're a very iconic name and because they sang a very famous sitcom's TV show theme.
Oh, that part I don't know. Okay. 855-839-1210. Can we call this guy a bad boy? See, it would be hard for me to go bad boy with Mangione when you're shooting a guy on the street. It's on my radar, though, because the bad boy appeal, but Pam Bondi just put on additional charges. I mean, the only thing is here, are we going to execute this guy or not? Or is he going to be married to 15 women in jail? 855-839-1210.
One more clue, Henry?
Yes, go ahead.
The name would almost imply that these guys are bad boys, right?
Yeah.
The name of the band.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hit us with that. You're off to the movies. We see some great ones here on bad boy stuff, particularly one that's, really got my attention. And we'll have the prize at the end of the show today. Is it,
It's be another Gallo's
another
seafood.
Gallo $50 gift card, Jim. Thank you so much. And the burger bar there that's attached. You want to get to Gallo's. You're looking for a great meal over Easter, Holy Saturday, Good Friday seafood. You got to get over to Gallo's right now before a road beats you there and gets that salad. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My wife listens to B101. We've been commuting together to work over the last month or so. Wanted to let you know that both of us find the show to be very funny. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, Mark and Kay.
Thank you, Mark and Kay. We appreciate that. I'm not selfish. Like, if you want to give some love to some other stations, that's fine. We know you're going to come back here because our content is too compelling.
There you go.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Come on.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Joe Penland from the Philadelphia Eagles. On the field, my job is to protect our QB. But off the field, I've made it my mission to protect children from child sex abuse. Well, you can join my team at the 25th Annual Bear Fair, benefiting the Philadelphia Children's Alliance on Thursday, May 1st at the National Constitution Center. We'll have a premium auction, amazing food and drinks, and some of my friends like Swoop, cheerleaders, the drumline, and more. So join us for this annual celebration of healing and justice. For tickets, go to bearfair.org. That's bearfair.org.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com. WPHTappliances.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, let's listen to the sound and then tell us who this band is.
Top from the heart, it's a start, a work of art to revolutionize, make a change, nothing strange. People, we are the same. No, we're not the same because we don't know the game. What we need is awareness. We can't get careless. You say, what is this? My beloved, let's get down to business. Mental self-defense of fitness.
I can feel it that Kurt in Warrington thinks he knows pretty well. Kurt, who's the band?
That is the Bare Naked Ladies.
Wow. Big fan of them, Kurt?
Always have been, yep.
All right, enjoy the film and just remember Matrix. Not whatever else they tell you. All right. Use the red pill and the blue pill, not the rest of it. That was the wrong pill. All right. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Another winner today. Then we'll have a winner for the game of the week. Is the prodigal son, Dan, do I draw you into this? Let's see. Particularly, is the prodigal son the bad boy? Listeners know, and Ro tells me, don't bring this up. I never liked the prodigal son parable. And I have to ask Pastor Bill Devlin. He was on today. I should have gone to him. How do you preach this? I see the good son is the good guy, and they're having big parties and killing the fatted calf for the prodigal son, who's the bad boy. You guys agree or no?
I have to revisit this parable again.
Oh, Henry, you're our religious guy.
I know. That's why I feel
answer.
so dumb on this. Like, oh man, was that how it's portrayed?
Well, that's my portrayal.
Yeah.
But well, no. What happens is the prodigal son. That's why the term prodigal goes away. Does all kinds of things: gambling, women, wine, and song. Then he comes back, and the father's thrilled. And the good son. They always make the good son out to be the heel. Says, well, what about me? And the father then says, don't you know you're with me all days? You're going to get everything or something like that. But no fuss is made over the good guy. That's what I'm reacting to. Women seem to like the bad boy.
So let's play this out. You got Luke and DJ, right?
Yes.
So Luke, he's a good guy, hangs at home. DJ goes out there, just spends a bunch of money, comes home, and DJ comes back, and you love your sons equally. I think any parent would say that.
Right.
So after that equal love of DJ going off and doing all this, you spending all that time with Luke, you're telling me you're not going to spend more time with DJ when he comes home?
I'm not going to go out of my way to make sure Luke knows. That's where I go with it. He doesn't have to say anything.
That's true, yeah.
I'm going to bring it up.
Yeah.
I mean, you have, with your brother, there's like a longer thing. I mean, they make the way I've heard it, that the good son, what the hell is this guy even bringing this up for? Isn't he happy to see his brother coming home? He is, but there's only one fatted calf. That's why it's called a fatted calf. Henry, do you know that parable?
No, I know the parable. I wasn't familiar with your portrayal of it, I guess. I always thought,
it just gets me.
The other son was a jerk. You got to welcome your other brother home.
Yeah, but...
I know, I get what you're saying, though. Like, it is kind of unfair treatment.
Right.
Like, I did everything right. Why am I?
So you got the good son, then the other son, let's say, is an addict. All right, we feel for it. We celebrate people when they call in either alcohol or whatever they've got in their life. I just think you got to be careful to reinforce with the good son that, we know what you're about. I have a pick on that because I just think too often we celebrate the bad boys.
So I'm doing some quick reading, though. So the kid comes home, right?
Yeah.
And he asks to be a servant, not a son.
Right.
Father says no, throws a celebration for the return instead.
Yes, there you go.
So you're saying that the good...
You got to be the servant for a while.
But the good son's out there saying that he should be treated like a servant. I don't know. You don't treat your kid like a servant.
Well, in a sense, don't you have to make restitution?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, I think that's a dilemma. Pastor Bill Devlin, you got to get aligned by a miracle. You got to tell. Dan,
I can get him out after the break.
I
bet he's been trying to get in.
Yeah, I bet you Bill Devlin is going to take more of my side on it. Okay. Well, do you have any parable, Henry, that you just feel you would recalibrate a little bit, that affects you where you think, I'm not thinking the same thing?
I'm going to have to brush up on my parables.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I haven't been in Catholic school in a while.
Look, to do talk radio, you need to have a brain that's a bit quirky. Hopefully, it's not nuts. Although I've been around some talk show hosts where it's quirkiness is good, and I hear that. I don't agree.
I always go by the old saying that a man who runs behind a car gets exhausted.
Okay.
It's just a double entendre.
All right, gotcha. All right, we're coming.
The exhaust.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
We're coming to you for more calls. Mangione could face the death penalty in the federal case. What do you mean could face the death penalty? Well, there's aggravating and other mitigating. No, there's not one thing. He killed a guy in cold blood right there in the streets of Manhattan, and he had no business to kill him. If he attacked him at all, I'd say the same thing. But all right, this guy's a heel, what he did in the healthcare thing. But just murdering a guy in this manner, yeah, you get the death penalty. It's not a question of do you face it. All right, Bill Devlin may be with us for a brief sermon here, but we'll take your calls too coming up, and we'll get a winner. 855-839-1210. Let me talk about Martin first, though. It's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural water, not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They will put their 46 years of experience to work for you, their customer service, attention to detail. Our guy, Dwayne, for example, unbelievable. They are thrilled to show you the impurities and the solution. Just contact Martin Water Conditioning. Click on martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the peons cracking up laughing.
We had Joe Conklin, so we did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A warm air mass will continue to build heading into the holiday weekend. Mixture of sunshine and clouds today. High temperature back above average at 73. For tonight, a milder night, partly cloudy with a low 58. And for Saturday, partly sunny, breezy, and warm with a high 83.
Get 3.99% financing for up to 72 months on the new 2025 Elantra, Kona, Tucson, Santa Fe, or Palisade. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester for details, or shop online at piazzahyundai.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Now, Bill Devlin and I are joined at the hip usually. I don't know the last time Pastor Bill Devlin and I disagreed on anything imaginable. And he's, he can convince me of just about anything. Let's go to Pastor Bill Devlin, then I'm coming to your calls on the prodigal son, his Easter message here. Pastor Bill, you may have heard we're doing Bad Boys today. Do you have an all-time bad boy?
Well, I would say that, and God bless you, Dom and Dan, and all of your great 1210 listeners. We just love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And Jesus on Good Friday loves you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the reason we call it good is because this is the day that Jesus died on the cross and forgave our sins. So I was going to say Judas Iscariot, however, that may have already been taken off. So so I'm not going to say Judas Iscariot, but I'm going to just go into the time warp of Dom's world, and I got to say, and you probably already took it off the board, Larry Krasner. So I'm entering Dom's world. I think
that's the insufferable. He's not a bad boy. He's a jerk. But yes, I hear you.
Right, yes. So God bless you on this Good Friday. And
Thank
we're
you,
looking
Bill.
forward to Resurrection Day. And thank you for all you do. And I'm just in from 3 weeks in Nigeria, northern Nigeria, trying to save that nation and going back this coming Wednesday on April 23rd. So I welcome the prayers of you and Dan and all your listeners.
Now, Pastor Bill, I mean, I've seen your ministry, my God, arrested in front of me and everything else and covered that.
Yeah.
But when you preach the prodigal son, I just think, Roe is really an intense, we even call the back room the Bible room now, intense study. And when we come to this, I always have made the point, am I the oddball? They make the good son too much of a whiner and complainer here. I have two sons, as you know, and I know you, how many children you have. If the prodigal son comes home, of course we welcome, we do all those things. I think at the same time, the good son's getting a bad rap here, and he's just dismissed. That's my point. I would find it hard to preach that. I would make that point. That'd be my point of emphasis if I'd be so bold.
Well, Dom, as the theologian that you are, I always want to agree with great theologians like yourself, and so I'm with you. I think the good son got a bad rap, but I think what God was telling us through His Word, Dom, was that here's the contrast. Here's the prodigal. He's out there. He has spent all of his entire life as a profligate, and here's the good news on Good Friday. And it's that God is willing to receive any of us and welcome us into His kingdom if we ask forgiveness of sins, we receive Jesus into our heart and life. That's the great news, whether you're a good son or a bad son. And so that's really the good news here on Good Friday, and we're so thankful for you recognizing that, and we're looking forward. It's Friday, but Sunday's coming, and I don't even call it Easter anymore. We call it Resurrection Sunday, and I'm trying to rebrand that internationally. Let's call it Resurrection Sunday, not Easter Sunday, and forget about the Easter bunny and the eggs and all that stuff.
Well, wait, Pastor. If they take away the peeps, I will be in the front line helping you with that. I despise the peeps' prominence. It's another thing. It's like the prodigal son. We all have our own quirky things.
Well, yeah, and I have to admit I was a prodigal son until I was age 18. I was the ultimate prodigal son. I was a profligate. You didn't want to know me 54 years ago, Dom, because I probably would have murdered you. And as a result of my coming to faith in Jesus, I was transformed. And, people say, hey, have a good day. I said, I haven't had a bad day in 54 years, ever since Jesus entered my life.
Well, Bill,
I was the ultimate prodigal son.
I have to give you the ultimate honor, too. I tell people all the time, you know how joyous this job is for me. The characters that I run into, people know about Joey Vento. But Pastor Bill Devlin's in that top 5 or 6, the guy globetrotting around the world, calling me on a satellite phone, hiding in Cuba. This is what talk radio is that the other side does not get. It's not just politics. It's the human connection, the fun of it, and the people that we get to bond with in this way that is remarkable.
Well, and Dom, I think we're going into our 30th year. It might even be 35th year, but I remember all those days that we have worked together, and I'm so grateful to you for your faithfulness, not only to talk radio and to people like myself, your usual guest and your unusual guest. I would consider myself one of your unusual guests, and just your faithfulness to conservatism and your faithfulness to Jesus. So hats off to you, and we're very grateful for you. So God bless you and Dan, all you do, and all of your listeners here on Good Friday. God bless.
Thanks, Pastor Bill Devlin. All right, how can we top that at the moment? I don't know that he fully agreed on the prodigal son. Ro is not texting Dan yet here on this, so she's probably not listening. I know she was cleaning at some point. We're having everybody over. DJ and Luke both coming. I'm going to make sure both equal treatment up and down the line.
Who's getting the first plate at dinner,
So,
though?
yeah, Dan, do you feel that in your family? I mean, I've met your mom, met your dad, that there's equal treatment. They go out of their way to try to do that.
No, I haven't felt it, but I'm also the baby of the family. So
there we go.
Siblings sure have, I'm sure.
There we go. Right. The baby, see, that's part of the thing, too.
Yeah.
The middle child, truly, is the one that gets the least.
He does.
The older is going. I was the oldest in the family. And then the baby, they're tired out by that.
And the thing is, my siblings are, my brother's 7 years older than me. My sister's 9 years older. So it was like a, second wave kind of thing.
Here's the perfect family. Jimmy Carter was the oldest president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Carter was the youngest. Ends up urinating on a golf course on the greens right in front of national press.
Had some great beer, though, right?
The beer, too. He ended up with beer. And she said, well, we got tired. So we just let him do what he wanted. All right. It is the lightning round.
That happens with parenting often, though, because you're so hypercritical about the first child, and by the second child comes, you're like, I've seen it all before. Right?
Yeah, but the first child gets the energy, the expectations, I think, that are, for some, it's a burden. For others, it's, wow.
Yeah.
You really pay attention. Yeah. All right. So it's the lightning round next. First, let's go to Sicily, though. It said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with the ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, all coming through. And we're going with Talk Radio 1210 listeners, Ro and me, the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty. This is Mediterranean. Think of the word Mediterranean. Europe. That's what Sicily is. And Calabria this fall. And if you're headed to Europe, even if you don't come with us on this trip, conservative tours, that's the only way to go. $55.44, including airfare, the dining events, the fun with listeners, the wine. People like Leslie. You hear Leslie. She was the last trip. She got us out of New York's airport. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call Conservative Tours. They're there now, conservativetours.com. 888-733-9494. We'll also enjoy the Godfather Tour, all those locales from the 3 films, the Crown Jewel of Sicily, Taormina, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca. It's ancient, picturesque, and you'll be with friends. 888-733-9494.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's Good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, you got to be quick. Give us that bad boy. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, who's your bad boy?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, during the latter part of the 70s, this guy was known as the dirtiest NFL football player, not from the league, but from his peers. He very rarely got flagged because what happened in the trenches stayed in the trenches. And that was Conrad Dobler.
Yeah, he's infamous, without a doubt. Earl, you're next. Earl, who's your person?
Mine is Grigory Rasputin, the mad Russian monk. Just had a hypnotic appeal. He was filthy, smelled, but somehow managed to sleep with all of the women in royalty in Russia until they finally decided they're tired of him sleeping with their wives. So they tried to poison him with cyanide. That didn't work. So they went and they shot him in the chest. He fell down. They took his coat and his hat back to his house to make it look like he went home so that they wouldn't be charged with the murder. They came back to pick up the body. He jumped up and attacked them. They shot him in the head, and to make sure that he stayed dead, they wrapped him in a blanket, took him to a local bridge, and dumped him in the river to make sure that he stayed away from their wives.
All right, there you go. Robert in Ben Salem's got, I think, a great one here to me, but there have been several great ones. Robert, who's yours?
Hey, Dom Henry, good to talk to you. I'll get right to it. I want to go to that colonial era Lothario. That would be Benjamin Franklin, because he did what Rasputin did to the French wives, so they were probably glad to see him go too. But I like Ben Franklin, and you guys have a great weekend.
Thank you. Ben Franklin, notorious yet great at the same time, and I think it's his birth date or his death date within one of these days here. I think it's death date, maybe. Inquirer's got a piece on it today. All right, Dan, who did you like here?
I do like that last answer of Ben Franklin, but pretty earlier in the show, there was two I liked from Scott and Percy of John McEnroe and Joe in Bordentown of Lady Godiva.
I like the Lady Godiva's outside the box due to tough, and the call was very good. Henry, what do you say?
Yeah, I like the Lady Godiva and the John McEnroe answer. And I like the Ben Franklin right at the end.
Yeah, let's go Lady Godiva, though. That was the only female we got. Put that in. We have 5 winners this week. Let's go.
All right. So, Monday, we were asking for that all-time split. Chuck in Newtown Square gave us the Grand Canyon. Tuesday, we did something that you don't want to do, but you just have to end up doing it anyway. Pat and Lehigh Valley gave us the answer of downsizing. Wednesday, we asked for something you can't believe people do in public. Robert and Ben Salem gave us double dip in the chip.
Yes. Oh, God.
Yeah. Yesterday, we asked for something or someone exotic. Florence and Drexel Hill gives the answer of Melania Trump. And then you just heard it right there, that all-time bad boy, Joe in Bordentown with Lady Godiva. Oh, thank you, Dan. I got the dice in front of me today.
Okay, let's roll.
All right, let's take a roll and see what happens here.
Oh, sound effects. Yes.
That'd be caller number 5 on the week. Joe in Bordentown, you're today's winner.
Oh, Lady Godiva
Joe,
wins.
Lady Godiva comes
Nicely
through.
played, Joe,
Roll
who
to 5.
is a colorful character, particularly when he's talking about clubs to go to there in Bordentown. All right, Joe, you are the winner. Enjoy the $50 gift card to Gallows. Thank you, Jim Harvey. Gallows, great seafood right there. What is it? Ron on the Boulevard. And the Harv Burger, the Harv Bar, right there. All-time greats. Please go to that. Particularly, you love seafood. These holidays, they're the place to go. And thank you for doing that. All right. Thanks to Dan. Thanks to Henry. Full show today. Send all those letters. Henry's more the religious expert on the show about the prodigal son to him. Don't bother me with them. I am headed off to Easter and the Rather Row when I get home. But Rich Zioli is next. And what a show today. What a day. Madeline Dean. Those are the cuts of the year. Cannot be topped. Let me know on Twitter if you think of anything else we played. Can't beat Madeline Dean for hypocrisy. Rich is next.